जमीन में गाड़ दिया है। मैं नांदेड़ के मेरे देशभक्तों से पूछना चाहता हूं, आप बताइए 370 खत्म होने से आप खुश हैं? अब 370 मरनी चाहिए कि नहीं मरनी चाहिए? क्या 370 को कभी जिंदा होने देंगे क्या? लेकिन देखिए मेरे नांदेड़ के भाई बहन, कांग्रेस इस फैसले के खिलाफ है। अभी जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव हुए थे, वहां कांग्रेस गठबंधन को सरकार बनाने का मौका मिला। सरकार बनाते ही जैसे ही ये लोग विधानसभा में गए, इन्होंने 370 को फिर से लागू करने का प्रस्ताव पास कर दिया। जरा कांग्रेस वालों को पूछिए, ये 370 के पीछे इतना प्यार क्यों है उनको? हमें जम्मू कश्मीर से प्यार है, उन्हें 370 से प्यार है। आप मुझे बताइए, जब से जम्मू कश्मीर से 370 हटा, आप मुझे बताइए वहां आतंकवाद की कमर टूटी कि नहीं टूटी? लाल चौक में तिरंगा फहराया कि नहीं फहराया? लाल चौक में लोगों ने दिवाली मनाई कि नहीं मनाई? वहां अलगाववादी अलग थलग पड़ गए कि नहीं पड़ गए? इतना ही नहीं, कश्मीर में विकास को नई गति मिली है। वहां लोकतंत्र मजबूत हुआ। दलितों को पहली बार आजादी के 75 साल के बाद पहली बार दलितों को उनके अधिकार मिले हैं। लेकिन इससे परेशान कौन हुआ? सबसे ज्यादा परेशान हुआ पाकिस्तान, और दूसरा कांग्रेस और उसके साथी। अब तक पाकिस्तान पूरी दुनिया में घूम घूम कर 370 बहाल करने की मांग कर रहा था। कोई उसकी सुनने वाला नहीं था। लेकिन अब कांग्रेस ने पाकिस्तान का एजेंडा जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा के भीतर चला दिया है। क्या कोई भी देशभक्त, कोई भी मेरा मराठी मानुस ऐसी कांग्रेस को माफ कर सकता है क्या? मुझे पूरी ताकत से हाथ ऊपर करके जवाब दीजिए। ऐसी कांग्रेस को माफ कर सकते हैं क्या? ऐसी कांग्रेस को माफ कर सकते हैं क्या? ऐसी कांग्रेस को सजा दोगे कि नहीं दोगे? इस चुनाव में उनको पराजित करोगे कि नहीं करोगे? उनको सबक सिखाओगे कि नहीं सिखाओगे? कांग्रेस वाले जरा देख लो, ये महाराष्ट्र के स्वाभिमानियों की धरती है। महाराष्ट्र ये देश पर मर मिटने वालों की धरती है। जो लोग राजनीति के लिए इस स्वाभिमान से समझौता कर रहे हैं, जो लोग बाला साहब ठाकरे की विरासत के साथ धोखा कर रहे हैं, उन्हें महाराष्ट्र के लोग जरूर सबक सिखाएंगे। साथियों, बीते कुछ दशकों से देश में कांग्रेस का जनाधार लगातार तार तार हो रहा है, कम हो रहा है। इसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह है एससी समाज की एकजुटता, दलित समाज की एकजुटता, एसटी समाज की एकजुटता, आदिवासी समाज की एकजुटता, ओबीसी समाज की एकजुटता। आजादी के बाद जब तक एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी अलग अलग जातियों में बटे रहे, कांग्रेस मजबूत रही, केंद्र में सरकार बनाती रही। कांग्रेस की राजनीति को सूट करता है कि ओबीसी समाज की जातियां आपस में लड़ती रहे। कांग्रेस को ये बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा है कि पिछले 10 वर्षों से देश में एक ओबीसी प्रधानमंत्री है, वो सबको साथ लेकर चल रहा है। इसलिए वो ओबीसी की पहचान खत्म करके अलग अलग जातियों में बांटने का खेल खेल रही है। कांग्रेस बड़े समूह वाले ओबीसी से ओबीसी की पहचान छीनकर उसे छोटे छोटे समूहों वाली अलग अलग दर्जनों जातियों में बांट देना चाहती है। इसलिए यहां नांदेड़ में कांग्रेस माली को वाणी से लड़ाना चाहती है, तांबोली को कुंभार से लड़ाना चाहती है, कांग्रेस सुतार को सुनार से लड़ाना चाहती है, कांग्रेस निहाली को निराली से लड़ाना चाहती है, कासार को मणेरी से लड़ाना चाहती है, तेली को पांचाल से भिड़ाना चाहती है। कांग्रेस ओबीसी को छोटे छोटे समूहों में तोड़कर आपस में लड़ा करके आपसे बड़े समूह वाली आपकी जो पहचान बनी है, आपकी जो एक ताकत खड़ी हुई है, उसे बर्बाद करना चाहती है, छीनना चाहती है, तोड़ना चाहती है। आप याद रखिए, जब आप अलग अलग जाति में बटेंगे तो आपकी संख्या कम होगी, फिर कांग्रेस वाले आपका आरक्षण आपसे छीनेंगे। यही कोशिश नेहरू जी से लेकर राजीव गांधी तक सबने की थी। अब वही काम, वही चालबाजी करके कांग्रेस के शहजादे देश की जनता की आंख में धूल झोंक रहे हैं। उनका मकसद यही है, और इसलिए मैं देशवासियों को कहता हूं, समाज को तोड़ने वाली इनकी प्रवृत्तियों से सावधान रहना है। हम एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, हम एक रहेंगे तो हम एक रहेंगे तो हम एक रहेंगे तो हम एक रहेंगे तो साथियों, विकसित भारत तभी संभव है जब महाराष्ट्र विकसित होगा, महाराष्ट्र का हर परिवार समृद्ध होगा। केंद्र और महायुति की सरकार आपके सपनों को पूरा करने में जुटी है। महायुति के उम्मीदवारों को भारी बहुमत से जिताकर आप अपने भविष्य को सुरक्षित करेंगे। आपने आज हम सब पर इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आकर के जो आशीर्वाद बरसाया है, मैं नांदेड़ की धरती का, नांदेड़ के लोगों का, इस पूरे क्षेत्र के लोगों का सर झुका करके आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision.
Just days before the assembly polls in Jharkhand, the BJP and JMM Congress alliance has locked horns. The Jharkhand CM, while taking a jibe at BJP, said Prime Minister campaigned in the last assembly election and Lok Sabha elections but couldn't overrule the people's mandate. On the other hand, while campaigning in Jharkhand, Home Minister Amit Shah yet again trained guns at JMM allied Congress and said the Congress wants to snatch the reservation of SCs and STs and give it to Muslims. Let's listen into all the reactions that have been coming in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी पिछड़ा वर्ग, दलित और आदिवासी का आरक्षण काटकर मुसलमानों को आरक्षण देना चाहती है। मैं यहां से राहुल गांधी को चेताना चाहता हूं, आपके मन में जो भी षड्यंत्र हो, राहुल बाबा, जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी है इस देश में माइनॉरिटी को आरक्षण नहीं मिलेगा, नहीं मिलेगा, नहीं मिलेगा।
प्रधानमंत्री जो तो द एंड है जी। इनका बस चले तो विदेशों से भी लेके आ जाए अपना स्टार प्रचारक, कोई भरोसा नहीं है। खैर कोई बात नहीं, हर बार हुआ है। इससे पहले के चुनाव में भी प्रधानमंत्री आए थे, लोकसभा में भी आए थे, क्या हुआ? और आज तो पूरी ताकत के साथ हम लोग खड़े हैं।
In what promises to be a high-stake political drama, we shift our focus to Channapatna, affectionately known as Nadu or the Toy City. Located just 160 kilometers from Bengaluru, this quaint town is gearing up for a by-election sparked by the departure of its MLA HD Kumaraswamy to Lok Sabha. But the real intrigue lies in the emotional and political chess game being played out by the mentors of the candidates. Take a look.
Around 160 kilometers from Bengaluru is the assembly constituency of Channapatna, fondly known as Nadu, which means Toy City. This place is witnessing a prestigious battle necessitated with the election of HD Kumaraswamy, the representative here of the JDS, to the Lok Sabha. If the stakes are high for the candidates here in this by-election, they are even higher for their mentors. No wonder the politics here has been toying with their emotions. It is a prestige that defines the bitter personal rivalries in the old Mysuru region. The contest for Channapatna is now between JDS leader and Union Minister HD Kumaraswamy's son Nikhil Kumaraswamy, who is the BJP JDS candidate, and local war horse and five-time MLA CP Yogeshwar, who is contesting on a Congress ticket after switching over from the BJP. From the ruling party, the President and the Deputy CM DK Shiv Kumar has taken on the responsibility of ensuring a win for Yogeshwar in his home district. It's an important battle for Shiv Kumar's political stature after his brother DK Suresh lost the Lok Sabha elections from Bengaluru rural. In every way, this is a personal battle between two strong OBC Vokaliga caste leaders.
DK Shiv Kumar is not a proper match for JDS to fight against JDS, according to me. Last time, accidentally, because of our fault, he shown that he has actually the capacity to lead the community. But ground reality, it is not there.
On the other hand, Kumaraswamy's son has lost every electoral battle he has fought. He had lost the 2023 assembly polls from the neighbouring constituency Ramnagara. Earlier in 2019, he lost the Mandya Lok Sabha seat to then independent candidate Sumalata. On the other hand, five-time MLA Yogeshwar was denied the ticket because the JDS was adamant that Nikhil would contest as the alliance candidate in the seat vacated by his father. This led to Yogeshwar jumping over to become the Congress candidate.
Since the last two defeats which I have faced, and especially Mandya and the Ramnagar, see, it's all different scenarios. It was more of a political conspiracy more than People have always loved me, they have showed their affection towards me. But it's more of a political conspiracy which took place in the last Lok Sabha and the last assembly polls. So I just wanted to stay out of electoral politics for a certain while and try to build my party structure and organize my party at the root level. And I'm pretty much confident in Channapatna because I think we have delivered quite a lot of developmental work which I can talk about, my grandfather can talk about, my father can talk about. So I'm pretty confident.
DK Brothers' full might is on display to back the Congress candidate, and Yogeshwar's personal rivalry is an added motivation to put up a strong fight.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he
Welcome back. Water-based aviation all set for a flying start in Andhra Pradesh. The inaugural seaplane from Prakasam Barrage in Vijayawada to Srisailam will be taking off today with Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu and Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on board the initiative. It is expected to drive economic growth and create jobs while showcasing Andhra Pradesh as a top tourism destination. That's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Saudi Arabia's Al Jaw region has experienced its first ever recorded snowfall, transforming the arid desert landscape into a breathtaking winter wonderland.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, Read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's poll pitch for Mahayuti in Nanded in Maharashtra. PM Modi says Congress treats Maharashtra as ATM for other states. Air quality body seeks review of parking fee in Delhi, calls for action against vehicular congestion because of haphazard parking that leads to air pollution. It's BJP versus Congress over alleged COVID scam in Karnataka. COVID scam report recommends prosecution of Yediyurappa and former Minister Sriramulu. Opposition members of the Joint Parliamentary Committee will boycott the meetings of the Waqf Amendment Bill scheduled for today. Double Olympic medalist Neeraj Chopra checks in with Czech javelin legend. Neeraj aims to strike 90 meters mark. BJP is making a big push in Maharashtra ahead of the elections that are slated for 20th of the month. Several leaders are campaigning across the length and breadth of the state. Let's listen into what Kiran Rijiju has to say.
जो जूनियर हैं, जो 30 साल से छोटे हैं, मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गरीबी हटाओ नारा लगाया था, हम लोग स्कूल में थे और खूब जम के लोगों ने वोट दिया कांग्रेस को, लेकिन गरीबी तो नहीं हटा। गरीबों को मुख्य धारा से हटा दिया। बाद में मोदी जी आने के बाद गरीबों का घर बनाने लगा, गरीबों का घर में चूल्हा जला, गैस कनेक्शन हुआ, घर में बल्ब जले, सबका घर में बिजली पहुंचा, जल जीवन के माध्यम से सबका घर में पानी पहुंचा। ये अब मोदी जी आने के बाद हुआ है। नारा लगाया था कांग्रेस पार्टी, काम किया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समय में। मैं ऐसा क्षेत्र से आता हूं, हमारे वहां जितना बॉर्डर एरिया है चाइना के साथ, वहां पहुंचने के लिए 5 दिन, 6 दिन, 7 दिन पैदल चलना पड़ता था। एक जगह में 18 दिन पैदल चलते थे। हमारा सिपाही, हमारा आर्मी के लोग, वो पीठ में सामान 10, 12, 20 केजी बुक करके चाइना से मुकाबला करेंगे कि अपना सामान को, इतना भारी सामान को बुक करके चलेंगे। ऐसा हालत को मोदी जी ने 2014 से 2024 के बीच में 100% सारा बॉर्डर का रास्ता पीस रोड, हाईवे, पक्का रोड से जोड़ दिया। अब वहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा किया जा रहा है। तो कांग्रेस वादा करते हैं, काम तो हम ही करना है। इसलिए चाहे स्वच्छता का काम हो, महिलाओं का काम हो, बच्चों के लिए, बूढ़ा बूढ़ी लोगों के लिए, गरीबों का स्वास्थ्य के लिए, हर एक जन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विश्वास करते हैं। महाराष्ट्र के अंदर में कांग्रेस का पर्दा पास हो चुके हैं, पोल खोल चुके हैं। एक संविधान का नारा लगा के चले थे, वो भी हम लोगों ने पोल खोल दिया है। अब लोग नाराज हैं। 3 दिन पहले नागपुर में श्री राहुल गांधी ने एक नकली किताब को संविधान का किताब बता करके बांटने का काम किया, पोल खोल दिया। तो मैंने सवाल पूछा, मैं उस समाज से आता हूं, मैं एक रिजर्व कैटेगरी से आता हूं, और आज मैं भारत का संसदीय कार्य का मंत्री हूं। आज दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र पार्लियामेंट को संचालित करने का मेरा पास दायित्व है। इस नाते मैंने श्रीमान राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछा है, आप संविधान को हाथ में पकड़ते हो, बाबा साहेब भीमराव अंबेडकर को आप नाम लेते हो, पहले ये जवाब दो कि 1951 में बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर ने पंडित नेहरू का कैबिनेट से क्यों इस्तीफा दिया। बाबा साहब को पत्र में पूरा लिखा है कि पंडित नेहरू और उनके साथियों ने बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को कितना अपमानित किया। वो जवाब कांग्रेस पार्टी को देना चाहिए। बाबा साहब हमारे बीच से परिनिर्वाण हो गए 1956 में। कांग्रेस को हराया हम लोगों ने 1989 में। जनता दल का लीडरशिप में नेशनल फ्रंट गवर्नमेंट बना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने समर्थन किया। 1990 में बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को भारत रत्न से नवाजा गया। 1951 से लेकर के 1989 तक, और बाबा साहब जाने के बाद 56 से लेकर के 1990 तक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को भारत रत्न से क्यों नवाजा गया नहीं गया। पंडित नेहरू खुद को भारत रत्न दिया। मैं कहता हूं इस देश में कोई नेता किसी को सबसे पहले भारत रत्न देना चाहिए तो बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को देना चाहिए था। कांग्रेस ने पूरे तरीके से, संयोजित तरीके से, प्लानिंग तरीके से बाबा साहब बी आर अंबेडकर का नाम को धीरे धीरे पूरा हटा दिया और उसको सम्मानित भी नहीं दिया, भारत रत्न भी नहीं दिया। लेकिन अब पर्दाफाश हो चुके हैं। 1975 में बाबा साहब ने जो दिया वाला संविधान को हमला करके इस देश में
क्यों
पहला योजना जो चलाई है उसने भी कमाल का काम किया। पास हो चुके हैं, पोल खोल चुके हैं। एक संविधान को नारा लगा के चले थे, वो भी हम लोगों ने पोल खोल दिया है। अब लोग नाराज हैं। 3 दिन पहले नागपुर में श्री राहुल गांधी ने एक नकली किताब को संविधान का किताब बता करके बांटने का काम किया, पोल खोल दिया। तो मैंने सवाल पूछा, मैं उस समाज से आता हूँ, मैं एक रिजर्व कैटेगरी से आता हूँ और आज मैं भारत का संसदीय कार्य का मंत्री हूँ। आज दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र पार्लियामेंट को संचालित करने का मेरा पास दायित्व है। इस नाते मैंने श्रीमान राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछा, आप संविधान को हाथ में पकड़ते हो, बाबा साहेब भीमराव अंबेडकर को आप नाम लेते हो, पहले ये जवाब दो कि 1951 में बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर ने पंडित नेहरू का कैबिनेट से क्यों इस्तीफा दिया? बाबा साहब को पत्र में पूरा लिखा है कि पंडित नेहरू और उनके साथियों ने बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को कितना अपमानित किया। वो जवाब कांग्रेस पार्टी को देना चाहिए। बाबा साहब हमारे बीच से परिनिर्वाण हो गए 1956 में। कांग्रेस को हराया हम लोगों ने 1989 में। जनता दल का लीडरशिप में नेशनल फ्रंट गवर्नमेंट बना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने समर्थन किया। 1990 में बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को भारत रत्न से नवाजा गया। 1951 से लेकर के 1989 तक और बाबा साहब जाने के बाद 56 से लेकर के 1990 तक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को भारत रत्न से क्यों नवाजा गया नहीं गया? पंडित नेहरू खुद को भारत रत्न दिया। मैं कहता हूं इस देश में कोई नेता किसी को सबसे पहले भारत रत्न देना चाहिए तो बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को देना चाहिए था। कांग्रेस ने पूरे तरीके से, संयोजित तरीके से, प्लानिंग तरीके से बाबा साहब बी आर अम्बेडकर का नाम को धीरे धीरे पूरा हटा दिया और उसको सम्मानित भी नहीं दिया, भारत रत्न भी नहीं दिया। लेकिन अब पर्दाफाश हो चुके हैं।
It's MVA versus Mahayuti battle ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly polls, while PM Modi spoke in Akola, calling Congress, saying that Maharashtra has been made into an ATM of all other states by Congress. There are other leaders who also addressed people in various parts of Maharashtra. Leaders of Congress ruled the states, and in fact leaders of some of the Congress ruled states also held a press conference in Mumbai. Let's listen into all the reactions that have been coming in since morning ahead of the Maharashtra elections.
साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी जानती है देश जितना कमजोर होगा कांग्रेस उतनी मजबूत होगी, और जब कांग्रेस मजबूत होगी तो देश मजबूर हो जाएगा। कांग्रेस क्या करती है? अलग अलग जातियों को लड़ाना, यही उसकी चाल है, यही उसका चरित्र है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस की इस खतरनाक साजिश से सावधान रहना है। आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
When I was in Bangalore, we saw that there were allegations by several Dalit groups and by the Bharatiya Janata Party how the ST-SC fund has been used for Gruha Lakshmi. Now, how would you like to respond to that as far as the allocation of funds is concerned?
See, we have kept a separate funds for ST-SC. We can use to anyone for their community. It is our duty. We can't see they have their own structure. That is only done in Karnataka and Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh. We did it. We have marked that, we are distributing that. What wrong in it?
How do you look at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's statements about where he's calling out schemes in several Congress-led governments across the state, where he's saying that implementation has not been done well?
We have done, that is why we have come. I have just expressed before you, we have done. They are copying, all our guarantees are copying by the BJP government.
My colleague Anuj is closely following all the developments in Maharashtra ahead of the elections. Anuj, what is it that makes BJP resilient and confident that they might be able to come back to power? And what is it that Congress is really targeting?
You know, after the Lok Sabha elections, which took place in the month of May, we've seen that the Bharatiya Janata Party, as you know, in specific, and the Mahayuti as a whole, have changed their approach. Doesn't seem that they're taking anything for granted, you know, and they are trying to counter each and every narrative which would have costed them the election in the month of May or June. Now, two things which kind of, according to several experts, took the elections away from the Mahayuti and especially the BJP was the anti-constitution narrative that the Congress was running across the state, not just Congress, but Shiv Sena UBT as well. And secondly, the consolidation of the OBC, SC, ST vote. Now, right after the result, in the month of June, we saw Devendra Fadnavis, address his leaders, his officials, his party workers, and he told them that how the difference between the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi's vote share was actually very little. And whatever, resulted in their loss was not a wave against the Mahayuti, although the numbers suggested that it was pretty one-sided battle, but it was the false narrative. Now, the word started to popularize a lot, and it became the center state. It became the key word as far as the entire campaign of Mahayuti was concerned, including the other two alliances. Now we are seeing that just a couple of weeks before the election, Amit Shah, Central Minister Kiran Rijiju, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they're all trying to make sure that the false narrative, according to them, does not flourish the way it did in the Lok Sabha election. The Congress, on the other hand, is still going ahead with the same troops, be it the constitution debate, be it the caste census debate, or be it the debate of consolidation of the quote-unquote lower caste. We are seeing that the BJP and especially the Prime Minister are putting special efforts in trying to make sure that they are countering it effectively by giving examples about the injustice, the alleged injustice that the Congress party meted out to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, talking about the situation in the Jammu and Kashmir, where they talk about how Congress wants to restore Article 370, something that Babasaheb Ambedkar did not want, according to the Bharatiya Janata Party. And thirdly, and more importantly, they are talking about the unity of the Hindus. That they're using terms like ek hai to saath hai. And these become very important keywords right before the elections, because by using these sentences, by using these keywords, time and again they are trying to prove a point. But the effectivity of this particular point, the effectivity of this entire campaign trail, which specifically targets Congress, not necessarily the entire MVA, will only be tested in a couple of weeks when the state goes to poll.
Right. Now, a 5-member delegation of Trinamool Congress met the Election Commission of India to raise concerns regarding troubling developments in the poll-bound areas of West Bengal ahead of the by-elections scheduled to take place on 13th of November. The AITC parliamentary delegation compromises of Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, Derek O'Brien, Kirti Azad, as well as Sushmita Dev and Saket Gokhale.
It is the Election Commission's deployment rules of 2003 that categorically states that where central deployment is made, in that case they have to have a representative of the state police with them. But what we have seen unfolding in the Bengal by-election is the central forces are working in coordination with the Bengal BJP leaders, not the state police, influencing the voters to vote for the BJP. And today we do not get a hearing before the Election Commission of India. And a minister of the union government is saying what to the state police? That take off your Ashoka symbol and put a chappal there.
My colleague Anushka Garg joins me for more on the story. Anushka, why did the Election Commission refuse to hear this 5-member delegation?
Well, certainly, Rika, a 5-member delegation of the AITC Congress committee had come here to, seek their time to take appointment from the Election Commission, but because today is second Saturday and that is off day for the Election Commission of India, so that is why they did not get an appointment. They accused here, after coming here, they have accused that they have asked many times for the Election Commission to give them time, but they have refused to give any kind of a response. Now, the AITC leaders, the 5 leaders that came here, filed 2 complaints. The first complaint was against Sukanta Majumdar, who is the state, BJP president of West Bengal, and they have said that he has used defamatory sentences, on his election rally that was on the poll-bound regions, and he has announced, the poll-bound region Telangana, and he has said that the state police should replace their, the symbol on the uniform with a symbol that resembles to a slipper, and that is why they have said that they have, not only are they affecting the polls, the free and fair electoral process, but also they are, using derogatory remarks against the state police. Now, the second accusation that the AITC leaders have made against the BJP is that they are colluding with the central forces, and state forces are not in touch, and then they are going on the private residences, and they are intimidating the voters to vote for the BJP. And also they are saying that, all of this is done without informing the state police. Now, state police and the central CAPF personnel have worked closely while there is a election going on, and that they are not in the touch, and they are going in the private residences of the people on the poll-bound regions, and they are intimidating the voters, and they are affecting the free and fair electoral process, and that is why all of them came here today. They sought an appointment from the Election Commission, but they did not get any time, so that is why they came here. They brought 2 complaint copies, and then they filed here in, on the Election Commission, and they have said that all of this is being done to affect all the, voting process that is going on in West Bengal, and that all of this is done on the and the Election Commission is acting on the behest of the BJP. Back to studio, Rika.
Got it. So it's not a question really of the Election Commission not hearing the Trinamool Congress, but it being a day off, it being a day of leave, that the leaders of Trinamool Congress could not meet the ECI. However, they have lodged their complaints. With that, a quick break on the show, more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Welcome back. Once again, violence has been reported from Manipur. In the past 2 days, 2 women have died. A woman working in the paddy fields was gunned down by suspected hills-based militants in Manipur's Bishnupur district. The incident took place in Saiton area, where the women along with other farmers went to tend to the crops when militants opened fire from hill-based positions on low-lying farmlands in the Imphal Valley. The woman died on the spot. My colleague Rathadeep Chaudhary is reporting from Guwahati, and he has more on the story. Rathadeep, the violence, waves of violence seems to be happening in Manipur. Violence doesn't seem to be abating.
That's right. In fact, there have been, sporadic incidents of violence in the past couple of months, given the fact that there have been efforts taken by Centre when Centre actually called MLAs from both Meitei and Kuki Marzo communities to New Delhi for one round of face-to-face talks. But what is important to note here is that in the past 2 days, there have been death of 2 women. And in fact, this morning in Bishnupur districts under Morang police station in Saitong village, this lady has got killed right near her paddy field when fresh firing started. In fact, more reinforcement has been sent to that area. However, this comes close on the heels of what happened on Thursday night when a group of suspected militants from the valley areas attacked the tribal village in Ziribam district. Remember, Ziribam district has seen a lot of violence in the month of September, but last month it was rather peaceful. And in that incident, a woman was allegedly shot, raped, and then set ablaze. This was a very gruesome killing, for which now in the Kuki Zomi dominated areas, women groups are in a protest mode. There have been several protests, and there has been an FIR by the family members of the women. In fact, Manipur police has asked for a post-mortem where everything will be videographed. It will be done in Silchar Medical College in Assam. Remember, Ziribam is on the borders with Assam, and forensic evidence would be kept. That's what police sources are telling us. But these two incidents where two women have got killed just goes to show how incidents of violence are keeping happening in Manipur, and in both incidents, militant groups are said to be involved.
Right, violence continues in Manipur. Thank you very much, Ratnadeep, for getting us that story. With that, a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Artificial intelligence is leading the charge in innovation and transformative changes across various sectors in India. We are witnessing a remarkable surge in artificial intelligence development, with both homegrown startups and established companies leveraging this technology to tackle unique challenges, boost productivity, and streamline processes. From revolutionizing agriculture through precision farming to enhancing healthcare with predictive analytics, the scope of AI is vast and profoundly impactful. Indian talent is, of course, at the heart of innovations being rolled out by big tech companies. They are the innovators and tailors behind the solutions that big tech is stitching together for the world. In this session, we will be focusing on the incredible strides which have been made in the field of AI, and also talk about the potential as well as the challenges that lie ahead. Let me introduce my guests on stage right now. I'm joined by Nikki Parmar, who's the co-founder of Essential AI, Dr. Rohini Srivatsa, Chief Technology Officer for Microsoft India and South Asia, and Saurabh Kumar Sahu, Managing Director and Lead of the India business at Accenture. Thank you all for making time today. But I want to begin with opening remarks from all of you about the pace of artificial intelligence development, not just in India, but across the world, and also your views on AI being developed for India by Indians. Nikki, starting with you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. So I've been working in AI since around 2015. So it's been around 9 to 10 years. And my journey started where pretty much like AI, and especially like generative AI, which is popular with ChatGPT and Cloud AI, was pretty much in an experimental phase and an R&D phase. So, we've come a long way. I had spent 6.5 years at Google Brain, and then, started my company. And it's been remarkable to see, how we've been able to push the frontier of this technology, where now, it's generally like if you think about the pace of innovation, if you think about how technology develops, today we have these models, today we have AI, where a single model, a single general model understands, a lot of things about the world. It can help you with your writing, with your coding. It can solve so many different tasks for you. Very rarely we've seen, general phenomena that, scale so well with better models, with more data. And so I feel like we're still at the cusp of even understanding all the things that these models can do. And where it is heading is that, we're seeing that not only, we can just use this one single model for many, many different applications and tasks, but now in the future, they will also, be learning from users itself. They'll have their own kind of self-learning loops where we just have to show maybe like a few examples of doing a new task, or maybe soon in the future, they'll also help us with innovations and discoveries and lead us to new scientific discoveries, which is very, very exciting.
You were telling me that you're a big fan of science fiction movies. Before I take that question to the others, is there anything that is lying up ahead that you've also seen and you feel that that's something which we've seen in the movies already and now it's coming to a reality for people to actually access that kind of technology?
Yeah, that's obviously like in the movies, it's a lot more extreme. And, we were hearing about, the previous session of, how they are sometimes a reflection of what is happening, but also it helps to kind of paint the picture forward. I feel like there's a whole bunch happening in just being able to make our lives very productive and, just have these little like your own Jarvis or like your little digital assistant that will learn from you, your personality will adapt to you, and, just like in the background help out with everything that that you want and you need. And obviously, there's a lot more of the extreme stuff, right? Obviously, self-driving is pretty much a reality where I'm from in San Francisco. There's also humanoid robots that are in active development. So soon we might see them, in our homes as a companion, helping us out in our everyday tasks, not just physically, digitally as well. So yeah, a lot of this stuff that we might see in a Black Mirror episode is definitely coming to life.
Might be a part of our reality soon. Dr. Srivatsa, if you can also weigh in on this. AI for India by Indians. What's your view on that? Are we making progress at a pace where we would like to be?
Yeah, first I would like to say I think AI is definitely, as Nikki pointed out, at a very, very huge paradigm shift in the way in which technology is moving. And I think for India, this is once in a generation time opportunity for really inclusive and sustainable growth. I'll give you a few examples. So we all know that ChatGPT moment happened in November of 2022. Just a few weeks later, our CEO was in India, and we showed him a demo of a farmer being able to ask about the PM Kisan Yojana, what he was eligible for, in his language using voice. Now, something like that would have been impossible just a few weeks ago. But what I want to point out is the agility and speed at which that innovation could happen. and the kind of access and the kind of inclusion it can enable. That's just an example. So short point here is that for India, this is, whether it's Indian startups, it's the India AI mission, the government, all of our IT companies, it's once in a generation time to really adopt AI, because there are capabilities such as language, such as ability to engage with technology, engage with information in a very natural interface that was not possible earlier. And the examples can go on and on. We just had, a couple of days back, a co-pilot for a teacher. It's called a Shiksha co-pilot that we had been working on with an NGO in Karnataka, and now is going to a larger audience. That allows a teacher in a government school to create a lesson plan for their students. In government schools, typically you have children from different ages in the same classroom, and they may have different skill levels. So teachers are very pressured to be able to create a lesson plans that's both relevant, interesting, adaptive. And they both content as well as time limit. This allows a teacher in Kannada to prepare a lesson plan for their students that is tailored to that particular student's interests. That was impossible earlier. So you can go sector after sector. The kind of things that are possible today with AI and the kind of accessibility that can be enabled for inclusive growth is a potential for India that's absolutely remarkable and unprecedented.
Mr. Sahu, your opening thoughts on this?
Great. I think on the first question on the pace of AI. So we are following an act after Kareena Kapoor Khan, and you asked a question on movies. So Sholay is my favorite movie. It doesn't need much of AI to watch it. But James Cameron, when he conceptualized Avatar, he had to wait 10 years for the technology and the AI to be ready to actually make the movie. Now we are in a world where it is the reverse. I think AI is growing faster than what it can be put to use at. Right? So there is a lot of technology, and the pace of technology is immense. We have to figure out ways in terms of how it can be used much more beneficially for us, and like, as ma'am also pointed out, in terms of social inclusion. So I think that's one clear point. I don't think we need to be worried about the pace of AI movement or technology. I think it's about finding all the right use cases and using it for, in general, overall benefit of humanity. The second point about AI for Indians, for India and by Indians. So I think I have been a big, and thank you for the question, because I have been a very, very big advocate of this thought that we are all, as India, with the computer revolution that happened and later on digital revolution that happened, we have always been the cradle of talent, right? So India has always been seen as make in India, make from India, or AI by India, AI from India. I think the time has now come to be for AI for India, which is how do you improve the consumption of AI within our country, right? And I said this in some other forums as well. AI for me, frankly, means Atmanirbhar India. Right, so how do you, and I think a big component of for us to be Atmanirbhar India has to be AI-led. It has to be used for convenience, for more creativity, for making life simpler and easier. Right? And take simple examples. Where do you all see AI today for? How many of you use Swiggy and Zomato? Almost everybody uses Swiggy and Zomato, right? The customer service today, if you have to complain about something on your order, is completely AI-enabled, isn't it? You hardly get to talk to or need to talk to a human agent anymore there, right? So it's essentially about how simplified the entire process has become and convenient for people to use it. Look at banking, right? So even from enterprise users of making banking less fraud prevalent, as well as the users today, huge amount of AI is being there. But I think the moot point is, how do you make AI responsible? How do we use it for larger social inclusion?
Dr. Srivatsa, if I can ask you this, which are the sectors do you think that we are going to see AI-led disruption in the near future or immediate future?
I think, look, every single sector will have AI that will change the way in which you service customers, the way in which you work, the way in which you run processes, and the way in which new products, et cetera, are designed. But I think there are some sectors where the ability for AI to do things that were impossible earlier are of personal interest to me, right? Because we all get excited about certain sectors. I think healthcare, education are two where you will see AI being able to do things that were not possible earlier. So I'll give you an example in healthcare to the point Nikki was making. It's impossible for a doctor and any medical professional today to keep up with the latest that's happening in a particular disease front or any particular specialization across the world. Now imagine that doctor having an AI assistant that is able to look through what kind of disease symptoms, what kind of very unique cases are happening. Imagine a very specialized case in child cardiology or something, right? That AI's ability to tell what was latest happened in the world in that space, what was tried, what worked, what didn't work, really be that AI assistant to the doctor is something that could not have been done earlier, and that is possible today. The other one is education. Imagine having every child, whether the child has got learning disabilities or whether the child has got language, different languages that they, in fact, I think AI will make India really celebrate our diversity in languages, because no longer should everybody learn English to have access to both opportunities and information.
Saurabh, although I want to hear your views on this subject as well, but let me ask you the most germane question that we want to address in this session. That while we have seen a lot of Indians or people of Indian origin who are heading or at the center of AI development in all the big tech companies as well, but we haven't seen the kind of innovation, like let's say a ChatGPT was not launched in India. What do you think do we need to do to reach that level, or why hasn't it happened yet in the country?
Interesting one, actually. I think AI for India will solve a lot of it, but let's look at, I'm hoping, Nikki, you will do something, which will answer this question very soon. But, so let's look at it as to what enables people to become inventors or creators, right? And ultimately, it has to be ingrained in the entire education system of the country. So at the end of the day, like the way we inculcated computers and computer science into our education institutions as a part of our overall, education policy, as it became mainstream for people to choose and excel in that particular subject, I think the time has to therefore come to have AI, analytics, digital, and various such technologies, emerging technologies, as a part of mainstream education system of our country. I think that's one fundamental aspect which will be required. The second thing is the freedom of expression of experimentation, right? So I think allowing people that it is okay to fail, when you do certain things here. A lot of the growth that happens outside of India is also cushioned against certain budgets or investments which have been, made well forward. That is, you say, okay, go for this. Even if it fails, it's okay. We'll try again, and so on and so forth. That's how typically inventors are created. So I think that kind of, I would say, support system, and for this, private institutions, educational institutions, the government of the country, corporate institutions, all have to come together to create an ecosystem, and hopefully it should happen soon, wherein you eliminate the fear of failure of people and allow them to experiment. Already the AI platforms are created, people can experiment a lot, whether it is ChatGPT or various other technologies that are coming in, and hopefully that will create something really strong for us. Lastly, I think the startup ecosystem of the country, right? And we've seen a huge surge in terms of the way startups are created and many of them achieving unicorn status, etc. I think one of the markers of success of the startup should also be in terms of the kind of disruptive or innovative use case that they can create, more than the unicorn valuations or on the aspects of it. Because, as I keep repeating this fact, 60% of the jobs that we have today were not thought of or estimated in 1960. So in just about 40 odd years, right, we have created more than 60% of the jobs which did not exist then. So if you allow people to start experimenting, creating many things, right, over a period of time, you will see some of those will achieve scale. And then we will probably have many more of the new inventions coming in for India.
We'll come back on the point of education that you raised. I want to ask you more on that. But Dr. Srivatsa, your thoughts also as to why haven't we got our ChatGPT moment in India yet?
Yeah, I think we should really think deeply about India's need and where AI can make a real economic and social impact for India. So to answer your question particularly, there is work happening in India which is creating Indic foundation models. Some of that work is also happening. But I think the more important part, which I'm very, very bullish about the India startup ecosystem, is being able to take the platforms and solve real problems, and solve them at scale, solve them in a way that is meaningful. See, India has this entire infrastructure that we have created for the last 15 years, which is unique for the world, which is the digital public infrastructure, what we all use every day, the Aadhaar and UPI, et cetera, and the data infrastructure. That is creating the rails and roads for the digital rails and roads, and creating the data in the country to unlock use cases that you will not find anywhere in the world. Whether it is in the area of financial inclusion, whether it is in the area of health, whether it is climate, clean tech, all of these areas, the ability for Indian entrepreneurs to leverage those public infrastructure to build on top of them, and you name any sector, mobility, commerce, that is what will create the value for India. And in fact, something that Nandan Nilekani talks about is DPI to the power of AI, right? AI will really exponentially impact what DPIs have been for the country.
Nikki, I want your thoughts also on this, but in a very different manner. You know, we probably want talent like you back in the country or working in India as well. Are we going to see that soon?
Yeah, I think one point I wanted to make, to what ma'am and sir said, is that I think there are two approaches of building. One can be problem first, the other can be technology first. And a lot of what ma'am spoke was about like the problem first way of building. But I do think what we've seen with AI is more a technology first initiative where people have been pushing on the R&D, without like a real application for decades. The Nobel Prize in the Nobel Prize in Physics, Professor Geoffrey Hinton, who used to be at Google as well, he was pushing on some of these techniques and methods in the 80s and 90s. So it's taken us that long to see the light of the day and actually have this kind of large-scale impact with that technology. So I do think there's a lot of merit and a lot of probably also need in having a long-term view. And actually also doing the investments where sometimes you're not clear what is the exact problem that you're solving, or you don't know when it'll reach the user, but you have to keep pushing on the R&D, on the research and development. And I think that requires a certain kind of setup, which does happen in academia, but sometimes you need to get the right resources, the infrastructure, the compute, and the people almost in a room together. And we've seen that happen again and again. It happened in Bell Labs before. It's happened at Google. It's happened in a bunch of places. So I do feel there's a lot of credit to also having a technology-first initiative, which I do think will also be important in the future. I think we're not anywhere close to how much more these models can advance. There's many more open research questions. And even though we'll see some applications, I do think that form factor will change a lot. I think it's what we're trying to fit to what the model's capabilities are today. But if the capabilities itself are orders of magnitude more, the applications will look different. The interaction mechanism will look different. So, and I think now getting to your question, I'm also very personally interested to find a way back to India and figure out if there is a way to make something more foundational happen. But I do think it requires this kind of research and innovation lab where you have the compute, where compute is a big piece of it, right? You have the people. And then obviously you then play to the strengths, right? Maybe you have some strengths on the data aspects. You have some strengths in what people's talents already are, what they're already good at. And also the problem space itself can motivate a lot of the research. So 100%, we should play to our strengths, but also develop, this kind of almost like a foundational and a research-driven lab that can figure out the capabilities of tomorrow, the ChatGPT of tomorrow.
Right. Okay. So unfortunately, I'm being told that we have to, these are the last few comments that we can take, but a very important question that I want to ask from all of you from different perspective, of course, but this question about ethics and, with any emerging technology, these questions will arise. So starting with you, actually, before I go across to Rohini and Saurabh, anything, because you're so deeply involved in the development of AI, anything that keeps you up at night when it comes to ethics, ethical use of artificial intelligence, and where do you stand in terms on the debate of regulation? in any emerging technology?
Yeah, I would say that with any powerful technology, you know, like, and especially the one that we have today, it is not clear, you know, all the things that it can do, and especially once it becomes in a place where the AI can start improving itself. Definitely, I think we ourselves cannot imagine all the ways in which people will utilize it. So I do think that there are a lot of good scopes of, like, you know, having a dialogue, understanding, you know, what regulation should mean here, what does use of AI mean. And I would also say, like, you know, from a research perspective, there's very active areas of research and thinking about how do we align models to act in humans' best interests. And obviously, like, you know, that's kind of easy to state, but like very hard to execute and implement. So you do need, you know, experts from like maybe, you know, different areas, from people who can help with, you know, the policy setting, the regulation setting, and obviously like the researchers and the people who are using these models itself to figure out, like, you know, what is, you know, usage of this, you know, look like, and how do we deploy it? I think, like any technology, you know, there's going to be many, many benefits, and I do believe, like, at least in the next few years, 4 to 5 years, the benefits will outweigh the cons. So I think we have to wholeheartedly, like, you know, adopt it. But like, think about, like, you know, the deployment of it, and, you know, how people will use it day to day very carefully.
Right. Dr. Srivatsa and Saurabh, from both of you, how do you think companies can manage or avoid misuse of AI while developing the technology?
Look, like we've been talking about the transformative power of AI, I think the ability for us to leverage AI will only be if you're able to trust it. So the whole idea of trustworthy AI is a topic that companies like Microsoft have been investing for quite a long time. And trust comes in at least 3 pillars: security, privacy, and safety. And I think there, the journey is not something, it's a long journey, and we've been at it for many, many years, since 2016. And I think that ability to have an approach that is taking principles, but making sure that you have the tools, techniques, standards, and governance approaches to ensure that you can innovate with AI with confidence, knowing that the platform and the guardrails you have put in place are there to ensure that they are human aligned, to the point Nikki was making. I think that is what we are seeing organizations that are going in and saying, embracing AI for innovation and growth in a big way, ensuring that they are putting in the guardrails, the thinking, the governance, the risk management frameworks to look at AI from a trust perspective.
Final words from you on this. Do you think we need more regulation going forward?
Well, yes, for sure. I think for any technology to succeed, it has to be well regulated and therefore put to the right use. I think quickly, in the interest of time, 3-4 quick points. I think firstly is responsible AI or ethical deployment of AI is now a necessity and not a choice. Accenture, for example, has taken a lead in terms of appointing not just a chief AI officer, we have a chief responsible AI officer as well, okay, who looks at essentially how, and advising firms and companies in terms of how AI should be used. 15 to 20% of the budgets that typically companies use for AI are earmarked for responsible AI usage. What are the right frameworks, guardrails, platforms that should be put together so that monitoring of the right use of AI is therefore very critical. And a few days back, I was there at the India Mobile Congress in a CEO roundtable, and we had Mr. Scindia, kind of talk to us about various technologies on 5G and various other technologies for emerging India. And even the government of India has taken notice in terms of the responsible and ethical use of AI, and the India AI mission, other areas are working on ways and means to lay out the right framework around it. So I think very clearly the awareness has been created. It's a matter of, it's very simple. If AI is developed, it's put to use, you don't use it well, any which ways you're not going to get appreciation about it. Even ChatGPT, when it was launched and people used it, when the hallucinations started coming in, you had quite a few people who lost a bit of touch in terms of saying, okay, not everything is right there. Then people start to work in terms of getting it right. So it's inevitable, therefore.
Right. I have a lot more questions for all three of you, actually, but unfortunately, for lack of time, we'll probably take it to the next room.
The rest, the AI will answer the questions.
Thank you so much for joining us on this very
Likewise.
insightful panel. Thanks.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedanta Agrawal. Coming up on the show, well, the Constitution showdown back in focus ahead of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand polls. Is the Prime Minister versus Rahul Gandhi? All of that more coming up. First, a quick look at the headlines. War of words over Constitution ahead of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand polls. The Prime Minister says Congress is against Baba Sahib and the backward castes. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi counters the Prime Minister with the Constitution copy in his hand. He says Congress will in fact protect the Constitution from the BJP. Prime Minister Modi's pitch for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Ek hai to safe hai. The Prime Minister ups the caste unity pitch. This as he also doubles down on his charge that the Congress is obsessed with Article 370. Home Minister Amit Shah, meanwhile, campaigns in Jharkhand. He accuses the Congress of snatching the quota from the tribals. This as Rahul Gandhi rakes up the caste census yet again in Jharkhand. The big political flashpoint in Karnataka, the alleged COVID scam. Well, the COVID scam report recommends the prosecution of Yedurappa and former Minister Sriramulu Yedi. Neeraj Chopra aims to strike 90 meters with the Czech javelin legend.
And our lead story this evening, well, the Constitution showdown is back in focus ahead of the crucial polls in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Well, the Prime Minister has accused Rahul Gandhi and various Congress leaders yet again of carrying an empty red book in the name of the Constitution. This, of course, as the Congress party has said that it's only the Congress which can protect the Constitution from the BJP. In fact, Rahul Gandhi in Jharkhand was seen with that same Constitution booklet in his hand. So, of course, this political slugfest over the Constitution, remember, it began before the Lok Sabha polls and it's back in focus yet again ahead of crucial state assembly elections. Take a look at how that flashpoint played out.
कांग्रेस के लोग संविधान के नाम पर अपनी एक अलग लाल किताब बंटवा रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की लाल किताब पर ऊपर तो लिखा है भारत का संविधान, लेकिन लोगों ने जब भीतर से खोला तो पता चला कि लाल किताब कोरी है, सारे पन्ने कोरे, उसमें बाबा साहब के संविधान का एक शब्द भी नहीं लिखा है। ये उनकी बाबा साहब के प्रति जो नफरत है ना, उसका ये नमूना है।
एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन, दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी और आरएसएस। ये लड़ाई है। हम कहते हैं कि संविधान को बचाना है, संविधान हिंदुस्तान का है, संविधान जनता की रक्षा करता है, गरीबों की रक्षा करता है। और बीजेपी चाहती है कि इस संविधान को खत्म किया जाए और जैसे पहले हुआ करता था वैसे एक बार फिर हिंदुस्तान को चलाया जाए।
Let me go across live to my colleague Anuj Rayate. Anuj, this is an extremely emotive issue when it comes to Maharashtra, particularly given the fact that you, of course, have the caste arithmetic at play. But at the same time, Baba Sahib's legacy and protecting the Constitution, of course, during the Lok Sabha polls as well, the Prime Minister talked about this multiple times over in Maharashtra, and that many would say backfired. But how do you see this playing out as far as the assembly polls are concerned?
During Lok Sabha elections, this was one of the most important points that the Mahavikas Aghadi and especially the Congress party held on to attack the Mahayuti. While, of course, the fight was there all across the country, but then the results showed us that the constitution debate that was introduced by the Congress party and was taken forward by the other partners at MPA did fructify in reasonably good numbers. And, it got them as many as 31 seats, while the BJP was left with less than 16 seats. Now, when you talk about state assembly elections, the statements that have come today from Rahul Gandhi and especially from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this is not the first time that there has been a reference being made to Rahul Gandhi's red constitution by any BJP leader. We saw that a couple of days ago when Rahul Gandhi was here in BKC to address a meeting here in Mumbai. Devendra Fadnavis had given a statement saying that the Congress party wants to promote anarchy in this country, and then they also questioned over the color of the particular book or over the color of constitution, and hence we are seeing that Prime Minister is also very categorically referring it to a red book which is being shown as the constitution of the country. Now that resulted in a lot of back and forth from both the parties, while several Bharatiya Janata Party leaders went on to support the statements made by Devendra Fadnavis in direct or indirect way. We saw that the Congress party, the state Congress party and the National Congress party as well, including people like Nana Patole, Balasaheb Thorat, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi himself, they got on ground and they promoted the constitution even more. This controversy started when a picture or a post was going viral on social media, which showed, when Rahul Gandhi was in Nagpur for the Samvidhan Bachao Sammelan, someone posted a picture or a video of the red constitution which was there on the table, and while they were going through the pages, it turned out to be an empty book. Now, by the defenders state that it was never meant to be the constitution, but it was supposed to be a notebook where people would make pointers from Rahul Gandhi's speech. But then the Bharatiya Janata Party was, of course, too quick to react on it and stated that it is disrespect to the constitution written by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar.
Absolutely. Anuj, do stay on with us because, of course, while we look at the entire debate around constitution, it's very closely linked to the caste arithmetic as it plays out in Maharashtra, given the fact that political pundits have pointed out there could be a non-Maratha consolidation in favor of the BJP, and it could go the other way around as well, as we saw in the Lok Sabha polls as well. But the Prime Minister is doubling down on his charge against the Congress that, well, the grand old party is dividing people on the basis of caste. Remember, the Prime Minister, when he sounded the poll bugle in Maharashtra several weeks ago, he said that, well, it's going to be a battle about integration that the BJP has promised versus the Congress's division on the basis of caste. So that has certainly become the defining factor when it comes to the Maharashtra polls. This, of course, the Prime Minister has now given a new slogan, Ek hai to safe hai. This, of course, as he says that, well, it is about the coming together of various castes under one consolidated umbrella. Take a look.
साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी जानती है देश जितना कमजोर होगा कांग्रेस उतनी मजबूत होगी और जब कांग्रेस मजबूत होगी तो देश मजबूर हो जाएगा। कांग्रेस क्या करती है? अलग अलग जातियों को लड़ाना, यही उसकी चाल है, यही उसका चरित्र है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस की इस खतरनाक साजिश से सावधान रहना है। आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
क्या आने वाले काल में बाला साहब के वक्त में भी ऐसे प्रयास हुए थे कि शिवसेना का विस्तार जो है महाराष्ट्र से बाहर हो? और हमने देखा भी कि कई जगहों पर देश के कई हिस्सों में जो है शिवसेना को लोग चाहते रहे हैं, वहाँ पर इकाइयाँ भी बनी हैं छोटी छोटी, लेकिन होता ये आया है कि कभी बाला साहब जो है पार्टी के प्रसार के लिए कभी राज्य के बाहर उन्होंने दौरे नहीं किए, वहाँ पर गंभीरता से चुनाव नहीं लड़े। क्या आने वाले वक्त में उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में इस तरह से हम शिवसेना का विस्तार देख पाएंगे?
देखिए, हम चाहते हैं कि विस्तार होना चाहिए पार्टी का। बाला साहब अगर महाराष्ट्र के बाहर अपने कदम रखते तो ज़रूर हमको फ़ायदा होता, लेकिन हमारा अलायंस रहा बीजेपी के साथ। खास करके अयोध्या के आंदोलन के बाद बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की लहर थी हिंदी भाषिक स्टेट में, और हम चुनाव भी लड़ने जा रहे थे उस वक्त 1992 के बाद। समर्थन अच्छा मिल रहा था। बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुओं के नेता थे, एक सुपरस्टार बन गए थे। लेकिन जब हमने चुनाव लड़ने का ऐलान किया तो अटल जी का फ़ोन आया बाला साहब को कि बाला साहब अगर आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे तो अपने वोटों का बंटवारा हो जाएगा और फिर एक बार हमारा नुकसान होगा। तो बाला साहब ने हमें कहा, अरे भाई अटल जी का फ़ोन आया था, उनका सम्मान करना चाहिए, तो हम चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे। अगर उस वक्त चुनाव लड़ते तो महाराष्ट्र के बाहर हमारे 10-15 सांसद चुनकर आ रहे थे उस वक्त, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो चाहे मध्य प्रदेश हो। एक लहर थी बाला साहब की। उसके बाद हमें महाराष्ट्र के बाहर हर स्टेट में एक चेहरा चाहिए, एक लीडरशिप चाहिए। वो ठीक से हम नहीं ढूंढ पाए या नहीं मिली, तो उससे हमारा नुकसान हो गया। पार्टी का यूनिट्स तो काम करता है, लेकिन जब तक स्टेट को नेता नहीं मिलता है जिसके चेहरे के ऊपर हम पार्टी बढ़ा सकते हैं, ऐसा चेहरा नहीं मिले। फिर भी हम कोशिश तो की। उत्तर प्रदेश में अयोध्या का आंदोलन है, हम बार बार उद्धव जी को लेकर गए अयोध्या में, वहाँ भी कुछ मूवमेंट हमने की। कार्यकर्ता जुड़ा हुआ है लेकिन नेता नहीं है वहाँ।
And Anuj Raite continues to be with us. So Anuj, the Prime Minister had set the agenda in his very first political rally for the Maharashtra polls, saying that it's clearly going to be about the BJP's caste unity pitch versus the Congress's caste census demand. How do you see this playing out in terms of caste consolidation? Because many have pointed out that there could be a non-Maratha caste consolidation in favor of the BJP, and that could go against the BJP as well. The Maratha vote, as many say, is up for grabs.
You know, this goes in line with what we were discussing a while back. There were two important narratives which resulted in Mahavikas Aghadi's victory according to several political pundits. First was the anti-constitution narrative, the BJP being anti-constitution narrative that was promoted by the MV, and the second was, of course, the the caste consolidation which was put in place by the Mahavikas Aghadi, and these castes include Maratha, Dalit, OBC, ST, SC. Now these were the castes which united for the first time like never before, and that resulted into a huge amount of backlash against the BJP, especially in regions like Marathwada, which again played a very important region, very important role as far as the Maratha reservation debate is also concerned. Now, since Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been speaking about this "Ek hai to safe hai" slogan, it is just a diluted version of what Yogi Adityanath said a few days ago, where he said, "Agar hum batenge to katenge," and that is where the Congress party is attacking the Bharatiya Janata Party again, because after the statement that was given yesterday in Dhule, Nashik, today in Akola, and of course in Nanded, up until now he's had 4 sabhas in 4 addresses in Maharashtra. In all the 4 addresses, he's made sure that this statement is reiterated. But it has not gone unrecognized or unobserved by the opposition. We see that Sanjay Raut has talked about how Narendra Modi in fact is the person who makes other people feel the most unsafe, right? We saw Mallikarjun Kharge, who is in Nagpur, Vidarbha today, talk about how both leaders in the Bharatiya Janata Party are giving 2 statements, so they need to decide between themselves which one should we go ahead with. And more interestingly, we're also seeing that Ajit Pawar, who is a member of the Mahayuti, did not align or did not agree with this particular line of thinking, and also stated, and his party's view is of the fact that divisive politics or the idea of oneness which has been promoted through these statements is not healthy for the culture and the cultural texture of the Maharashtra. So yeah, yes, it is the political pitch which has been promoted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi across the state and is giving a message to all the voters across castes in Hindu religion. But at the same time, we're also seeing that backlash is coming not just necessarily from the political opponents, that is the MVA, but there's also some sort of uneasiness or irritation that has been caused within the Mahayuti partners because of the same, especially with Ajit Pawar. Now, how will this pan out to be, will only be known by the 23rd of this month.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. The caste debate certainly at the center of the entire political battle in Maharashtra, and with the Prime Minister coining a new slogan as well, saying "Ek hai to safe hai," calling for caste unity. But moving from Maharashtra to what's happening in Jharkhand. Well, in Jharkhand, it's not so much the caste debate, but the debate around tribal vote. It's perhaps the ultimate test of who has the trust of the tribals. And we saw big guns on the campaign road. Home Minister Amit Shah, of course, made an interesting point, many would say a communal point there in one of his political rallies. And there was a strong retort from Chief Minister Hemant Soren as well.
Congress party abhi Maharashtra mein कोई उलेमाओं के समूह ने उनको एक ज्ञापन दिया कि 10% आरक्षण मुसलमानों को दिया जाए, और कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रदेश अध्यक्ष ने कहा हम इसमें आपकी मदद करेंगे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी पिछड़ा वर्ग, दलित और आदिवासी का आरक्षण काटकर मुसलमानों को आरक्षण देना चाहती हैं।
और मैंने साफ कह दिया पार्लियामेंट हाउस में, मोदी जी के सामने कह दिया, मोदी जी आप जाति जनगणना को रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। मैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन देश को वायदा देते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में लोकसभा में वायदा देते हैं कि हम जाति जनगणना इसी लोकसभा में पास करवा के दिखाएंगे। और ये जो 50% की दीवार बना रखी है, रिजर्वेशन की दीवार बना रखी है, इसको हम तोड़ के इसको हम परे कर देंगे। झारखंड में हमने कह दिया है आदिवासियों को 26% से 28% रिजर्वेशन हम बढ़ा के दे देंगे, दलितों को 10% से हम 12% कर देंगे, और पिछड़े वर्ग को 14% से हम 27% रिजर्वेशन दिलवा देंगे।
And well, this entire debate around reservation and caste is not just confined to the crucial state assembly elections, but also the by-polls. Remember, as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, there are 12 by-polls. The most important by-polls are this time in Uttar Pradesh. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while addressing a rally in Aligarh, which also is set to go to by-polls, said that there should be OBC reservation in the Aligarh Muslim University. Remember, Aligarh Muslim University has been in the news after the Supreme Court opened the door for the university to claim its minority status yet again. Take a look at what Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath had to say.
आप याद करिए, ये कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत के संसाधनों से पलने वाला, भारत की जनता के टैक्स से चलने वाला एक ऐसा संस्थान जो अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़ी जाति के लोगों को कोई आरक्षण नहीं देता है, लेकिन वहां पर मुसलमानों के लिए 50% आरक्षण की व्यवस्था वे लोग अपने स्वयं के माध्यम से करने का प्रयास करते हैं।
Meanwhile, the Trinamool Congress is raking up what it calls concerns around the by-polls that are set to be held in West Bengal on November the 13th. In fact, a 5-member delegation of the Trinamool Congress met the Election Commission over these concerns. A letter was handed over as well. Now, the Election Commission, of course, has rubbished all claims of any kind of irregularities and discrepancies as far as the poll processes are concerned. But this letter was handed over to the Election Commission by the TMC delegation as well. Listen.
It is the Election Commission's deployment rules of 2003 that categorically states that where central deployment is made, in that case they have to have a representative of the state police with them. But what we have seen unfolding in the Bengal by-election is the central forces are working in coordination with the Bengal BJP leaders, not the state police, influencing the voters to vote for the BJP. And today we do not get a hearing before the Election Commission of India. And a minister of the union government is saying what to the state police? That take off your Ashoka symbol and put a chappal there.
Let me go across live to my colleague Anushka Garg. Anushka, you see, security deployment has always been a big political flashpoint between the state government and the centre. But what are some of the other demands as far as the TMC is concerned, now that Bengal is going for crucial by-polls?
Well, certainly, Vedant, a 5-member delegation of the AITC leaders went on to the Election Commission today and handed over 2 complaint letter, inside the Election Commission. And after coming outside, they have given a brief press statement. They have said that the whole free and fair electoral process has been affected, is being wrongly affected by the BJP leaders. He has said that Sukanta Majumdar, the West Bengal BJP president, has said and has used derogatory terms for the state emblem and the state police. They have also said that the CAPF, the Central Armed Police Force, who should work closely with the state police, is not working with state police, but rather they are colluding with the state BJP leaders, and they are going into the private residences of the people and are intimidating the residents to vote for the BJP, and thereby they are affecting the whole free and fair electoral process. Not only this, they have went on and said that this whole by-poll election is being wrongly affected by the state BJP, and that the CAPF is also taking a hand in all of this, and is also wherein the AITC leaders have also said that the Election Commission is working on the behest of BJP, and that they have asked for appointment for several times, but they have not gotten any timing so that they could go there. And so today they went inside the Election Commission, and they've handed over 2 letters of complaint, and they have said that the BJP is wrongly influencing the by-poll election that is set to be held on November 13th. And now after all of this, all the leaders have gathered today and have said that regarding all this election matter, that derogatory terms were used for the state emblem and the state police, and also that this whole process is being affected by the BJP leaders, and that all of this should be taken into consideration, and that Election Commission should interfere in this whole matter. Back to studio, Vedant.
All right, Anushka, thanks very much joining us with the latest there. As Anushka is reporting, 5-member TMC delegation meeting the Election Commission over security concerns as far as the by-polls are concerned. But moving now to news from Manipur. Well, Manipur has largely remained peaceful in the past couple of weeks, but violence has resurfaced. In the past 2 days, 2 women have died. In fact, a woman working in the paddy fields was gunned down by suspected hill-based militants in Manipur's Bishnupur district that has certainly been the epicenter of violence in the state. Now, the incident took place with the woman along with other farmers. In fact, this comes just days after, in fact 2 days after, a 31-year-old woman was allegedly raped and killed in an attack by unidentified people in the Jiribam district, which has again been one of the epicenters of violence. Earlier we spoke to Ratndeep for more.
Sporadic incidents of violence in the past couple of months, given the fact that there have been efforts taken by Centre when Centre actually called MLAs from both Meitei and Kuki Marzo communities to New Delhi for one round of face-to-face talks. But what is important to note here is that in the past 2 days there have been death of 2 women. And in fact, this morning in Bushnipur districts under Morang police station in Saitong village, this lady has got killed right near her paddy field when fresh firing started. In fact, more reinforcement has been sent to that area. However, this comes close on the heels of what happened on Thursday night when a group of suspected militants from the valley areas attacked the tribal village in Jiribam district. Remember, Jiribam district has seen a lot of violence in the month of September, but last month it was rather peaceful. And in that incident, a woman was allegedly shot, raped, and then set ablaze. This was a very gruesome killing for which now in the Kuki-Zomi dominated areas, women groups are in a protest mode. There have been several protests, and there has been an FIR by the family members of the women. In fact, Manipur police has asked for a post-mortem where everything will be videographed. It will be done in Silchar Medical College in Assam. Remember, Jiribam is on the borders with Assam, and forensic evidence would be kept. That's what police sources are telling us. But these 2 incidents where 2 women have got killed just goes to show how incidents of violence are keeping happening in Manipur, and in both incidents, militant groups are said to be involved.
And moving now to, the missing tigers in Ranthambore. In fact, the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Department, P.K. Upadhyay, says the 5 more tigers will be tracked soon, and there's no information about the remaining 10 tigers yet. The Forest Department team is trying to find out where these tigers have gone on the basis of data available based on these 10 tigers. Take a look.
मानसून में ऐसा होता है कि टाइगर्स जो हैं वो दूसरे एरियाज़ में ऊपर चले जाते हैं पानी की वजह से, और वो कैमरा ट्रैप में नहीं पकड़े जाते हैं। फिर 5/11 को जो रिपोर्ट हमारे पास आई शाम को, तो उस रिपोर्ट में उन 14 में से 10 टाइगर्स के हमको पुख्ता साक्ष्य जो है वो मिल गए, और जो बचे हुए 4 टाइगर्स हैं, हमें उम्मीद है कि जल्दी ही उनके भी पुख्ता साक्ष्य कहीं ना कहीं कैमरा ट्रैप में आ जाएंगे। ये हमने एक कमेटी का गठन किया है जिसके बारे में सभी को मालूम है, और कमेटी को 2 माह का समय दिया गया है कि वो अपनी रिपोर्ट हमको बना करके दे।
And in sports news now, 2-time Olympic medalist Neeraj Chopra has announced that he will be coached by the javelin Czech legend who currently holds the javelin world record. Neeraj Chopra has long spoken of his admiration for the javelin Czech legend, who was of course a gold medalist at 3 Olympic Games, besides having 5 of the top 10 best throws of all time. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020. And we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Thank you to all of you for joining us on day 2 of NDTV World Summit, and I welcome all my guests on stage as well. Now, there is a growing movement towards sustainable living, with people not just making environmentally conscious decisions, but with companies also investing in sustainable growth. In this session, we'll focus on environmental, social, and governance framework, also better known as ESG, where companies, in fact, are focusing on this, and we'll explore the vital intersection of profit and purpose. Our esteemed panelists bring a wealth of experience from various sectors to this discussion. I am joined by Gagandeep Sethi, Senior Vice President, Integrated Operations and Sustainability and Responsibility for Pernod Ricard, India. Mustafa Wajid, co-founder of Billionaire, which is, of course, a clean mobility platform. And Mr. Ajay Pillai, partner, sustainability and climate change at Deloitte. Thank you all for joining us on this discussion. Starting with you, Mr. Sethi, what are some of the sustainability goals for Pernod Ricard, and how do you merge profitability with purpose? And how is ESG one of the foundational blocks when you do that?
Thank you, Tanima, and it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. For Pernod Ricard, globally, we have a very comprehensive ESG program under the umbrella name, what we call as Good Times from a Good Place. It is super aligned to the ESG principles and the UN Sustainable Development Goals with its 4 elements, core elements of nurturing the terroir. Terroir is a French word, and what it means is the terrain, where the land, the Mother Earth, from where we draw all our resources. And we, being a company in the alcobev sector, it's grain to glass. So the starting point is the grain from the land. So everything that we do while consuming those resources, we have to ensure we restore back the balance of the earth. The second most important element is around circular making, right? So while we produce products which delight our customers and consumers, we do it in a sustainable manner, right? In terms of maintaining the circularity, end-to-end value chain, right from the beginning, that is our backend, which is our suppliers, to the entire processing, which happens in our manufacturing facilities, and then the downstream in terms of the customer and the consumer, right? So that's the second element. The third element is all around valuing people, and that's the social cause, again, aligned to the ESG principles, where diversity and inclusion is a big impetus, and we are fully committed in terms of increasing the inclusion of gender in our workforce as well. And so those are the elements, and what India draws out of those elements is the cascade effect, right? So whether it is carbon neutrality, we are a water-consuming product in terms of managing our water balance and hence our water targets, and also many steps that have been taken, which obviously will be alluded in the session for sure.
Right. Mr. Mustafa Wajid, if I can draw you into the conversation now, how is Billion E merging ESG into its core business model?
Yeah, thank you for that. Ellerigu, namaskara. When you look at the environment issues as well as energy security issues, the two big elephants in the room are fossil fuels which are used for generating electricity, and the other one, which is equally large, is fossil fuels that are used for transportation. And at Billion Electric, we are trying to address, and hopefully we'll do a good job of it. We've already started deploying electric trucks and as an electric truck platform for logistics. So by bringing down the carbon emissions in the transportation sector, by the way, half of India's diesel consumption happens on the highways. And that's a very, very important thing to remember. So we are at it, and we believe that decarbonizing the transportation sector at one level is our corporate objective. And at Billion E, we would like to see how to reduce not just the decarbonization, but also make this transportation more sustainable. Thank you.
Mr. Pillai, if I can have your point of view now. Of course, the companies are going to discuss further on how they ensure that they are following ESG principles when in their business models. But what are some of the challenges you have seen firms facing when following ESG, and does it differ across sectors?
The key challenges I can put up top three or four challenges that I feel that the companies face. Number one is the quality of data and availability of reliable data to report on ESG. It requires a proper process to be followed at the operational level to have good data which can be reported. So the quality of data is right now very dependent on how tedious you are with the processes that you have in place, and it is doubtful at many places. Number two is the awareness level and expertise within the system for ESG to know that what is exactly expected from them to actually go out and report in ESG. So there are not many senior leadership members who are tuned to or aware of sustainability to the extent that is required. I'm not saying it is like that for everybody, but there are efforts being done for that. So, and third is the intent. As long as you believe that ESG is one more thing to be done, and the intent does not come from the top management that we really believe in ESG, it will always remain, a sideline effect. So the quality of ESG will always be a challenge.
Right. We'll discuss further in terms of regulations and policies as well. But coming back to you, Mr. Sethi, how is Pernod Ricard India innovating its production processes in order to align further with the ESG goals?
There are various phases to it or elements to it. The first one is it starts with the design. Innovation to design the product, the service that is for the offering, right? And lot much work starts there. We've aligned our entire innovation process, the stage gate, in terms the right decisions around ESG happen at the right time, which is stage 0 and 1, and not after or post you've launched the product, right? So that's the starting point. And then obviously many examples of that, right? And many of the industry firsts, right? In terms of you'll have to push the scale there, especially some of the initiatives that we've done right again from the back end. Sustainable sourcing, right? In terms of our product is primarily ethanol, right? And ethanol can be sourced from various sources, designed to sustainable value. So degrammage, so primary packaging for us is glass bottles. It's one of the most sustainable, but it is highly intensive from energy standpoint when you manufacture glass. Innovating in terms of reuse. Responsible consumption is obviously reducing the consumption, is also reusing as much you can reuse, right? So one big initiative, again, is around reuse of our bottles, which we call taking it back, the reverse logistics, washing them, bringing them to that impeccable quality, and reusing that. And for consumer, they won't be able to make out whether it is new or reused, right? So it has a huge, so that's also innovation of a sort. Green manufacturing, I mean, we've taken huge strides. One big switch from fossil fuels to biomass in our own facilities. Our group target on scope 1 and 2 reduction, which is carbon emission, which is due to burning of fuels in our own manufacturing facilities. Our group target is around 54% we have to achieve as per our SBT 2030. India is already sitting at 94%. So in many of these targets or objectives, we are leading the group because India is a huge volume, India is a huge consumption pool, and it has a huge impact and bearing on our group performance, right? So hence we are taking the lead in that aspect. Then using technology and innovation in our processes, right? Designing our processes the right way so that we conserve the resources and we avoid wastages in the entire value stream. There we use technology also. So all our lines and our production processes are internet connected, IoT. They are connected, the consumptions are being monitored, then advanced tools of AI are being used to analyze how and where the losses are happening and how they can be prevented, right?
Right, I'm glad you mentioned AI as well. In fact, is that something that is being used more of late in terms of aligning your production processes with ESG?
Yeah, so the starting point to bring any improvement is to measure what is important. And there is more data, as Mr. Pillai called out. So much of data is getting produced. It is becoming difficult to manage and read through that data, right? So you have to, first you have to connect your lines and your manufacturing operations, get the relevant data, but then there has to be a layer which then screens that data and converts that into information which is based on which some decision can be taken. And that's where AI comes in a big way.
Mustafa Wajid, if we, let's talk about carbon market and monetization of ESG. Now, the government has said that carbon trading scheme will be effective by 2026. But how soon do you see it maturing in the country?
It's an interesting topic. We must remember that the legislation that was required to make this happen was passed only in December 22. It's less than 2 years ago. And this is a very big change. The vision of the government is to try and see how to create a carbon market like you have the stock market. So I think carbon markets, the process is on. Policies are being contemplated and drafted. So yes, I think we are optimistic that we will see it kicking off in 2026. The important thing there is that for the first time, India will open up the possibility of monetizing carbon credits. The reality is that carbon credits will come. It's not in the rear view mirror anymore. It's now ahead. It's looking at us in the face. There will be challenges, but good organizations who can understand this and change and adapt their processes. Like, for example, Gagan's team is doing, I think, a very good job of that. I think these will be the people who will generate these carbon credits. Because don't forget, there will always be a sector which will generate carbon debits. You cannot go away from it. For example, the steel industry, for example, the cement industry, and so on and so forth. So I think we are changing that process, and I'm very optimistic that now that the legislation part is over, now the hard work has started. But on a very positive note, it will happen. It's not in the rearview mirror. And decarbonization and sustainability can be monetized in the future and can add to companies' bottom lines.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
Corruption first, on the agenda and nation first.
Mr. Pillai, touching upon what Mr. Wajid was also talking about, regulatory frameworks in the country which exist, and how does that impact ESG, and are you an advocate for more regulations needed for that sector?
See, so far there aren't many regulatory frameworks for ESG. Actually, only the BRSR, which is mandated by SEBI, requires the top 1,000 listed by market capital to go out and report for sustainability. So largely sustainability reporting or ESG reporting is voluntary, and there are too many frameworks to actually look at and report against. But the thing is that if we want to make it more compliant, or if you want people to be more pushing towards reporting, then there is a need for bringing in more people into the folds of reporting, and not just the top 1,000 listed. Even in the top 1,000 listed, many are still not very sure what they have to report. And what we have currently in terms of regulation in India is very limited. But that is not the only thing that is forcing people to report. Many of our companies or manufacturers are in the supply chain for Europe and other countries. And Europe has a well-defined regulatory requirement, and the subsidiaries operating in there, as well as if you have a bigger market, CSRD has come in Europe, and if you have a bigger market in Europe and you fall as large business, then also you will have to report according to their regulations also. So whether we want the regulation or not, we will be required to comply with the global requirements in a global market. So there is a need where people voluntarily believe. There are big firms again, and there are a lot of big and small firms who are voluntarily reporting, and they are making a sincere effort also. I cannot paint everybody with the same brush, but I do see that there is a large majority still who have to wake up and see that ESG is required as part of, it's a global truth that, if you don't adopt it today, the entire supply chain, the markets, the lenders, the investors, everybody is going to push you towards that direction, and eventually you will have to adopt to that. So some amount of regulation, especially in the climate space and in the decarbonization space, is required. Yeah?
Right. And now I want to ask the question which probably, is one of the important challenges that companies face when it comes to following ESG or incorporating ESG in the business models. So in terms of costs or in terms of processes, what are some of the key changes that you've had to make for Pernod Ricard and Billion EE, and what are the hurdles that you've faced so far?
I think, first of all, it's more of a notion. It's a mindset. Personal experience has been that, to a large extent, the first few steps that we take in the ESG, it is profit neutral or, in fact, accretive, right? I mean, I'll just allude to some of the examples. Degrammage, right, of glass, degrammage of plastic, market bottle usage, sustainable switch of fuels. These are sustainable under the ESG principles, and hardly they come with a cost. And you improve your efficiencies, you reduce your losses, it's profit, right? I think till the tipping point comes wherein you scratch the barrel. And I think there's a lot of opportunity which lies till we have reached that point. Once you reach that point is when that decision has to be taken in terms of the investments. Some part of that challenge can be addressed when you are making fresher and newer investments. When you're talking of capital investments, you're augmenting capacities. Can we have ESG principles in the design stage itself? So at that time, it is incremental or marginal or no cost, but you have designed for sustainability from the word go. Re-engineering is where the larger investment would come in. And I think to the point Mr. Pillai mentioned, I think policy, support, capital investment, subsidies, but there's a lot to be done till that point. So we should not directly jump. So I'm not advocating that. It's basically, the advocacy is more around improve internally as much you can. And when the decision point comes, the policy support, regulatory support has to be there from an investment standpoint so that we take the right decisions.
Mr. Vajit, the same question to you. What are some of the challenges or hurdles you faced?
Yeah, at Billion E, our focus and aim on which we've been making significant progress is to integrate renewable energy, electric mobility, and leveraging AI in the process so that we make the transportation loop completely sustainable. We have been trying out several pilots in this regard, and hopefully we will demonstrate on certain routes or certain sectors the fact that we are using green electricity to run electric trucks and have a platform which is AI-based, which can keep track of the whole thing and ensure efficiency optimization. So by doing this, I think we will, in India, show the way to the world. Because we are blessed with a lot of huge resources when it comes to renewables. And if we are able to kind of get that loop going, we have done it in some cases in some pilot studies. We have discovered some new challenges, because how much ever gyan we have, the reality comes out only when we do it practically. And we are on the way, and we believe that next year we will demonstrate a completely 100% sustainable loop using green electricity with green transportation and leveraging the whole digitization piece, which is, of course, will include AI by default. So that's the perception at this stage.
Mr. Pillai, tied up to what both of them said, there's a term called greenwashing. And you're, of course, somebody who is advising companies also in terms of how they can achieve their ESG goals. How do you think companies are able to, in your experience, strike a balance between profitability and sustainability?
If you see sustainability as a separate box and you want to do it as, an activity, then, it is a struggle to do that. But if you include that into your business as usual operations, if you bring, the risk assessment of sustainability as part of our overall sustainability of the business, then it is not such a difficult aspect. I think Mr. Sethi has already mentioned that, if you save on reducing waste, if you save on energy efficiency, if you save on water consumption, you are not going to make loss. You are definitely going to make profit. But these are not short-term things. Initially there is a capital expense, capex upfront. You have to invest to get into sustainability, whether you have to move to renewables or to any other greener mode, you have to invest. But if you are looking at your business in a longer term, and as we were discussing, sustainability like digitization, it is going to happen. And everything that is going around us, if you look at the global pressure, the consumer market, the investment market, everybody is going to make you adapt to ESG requirement. So, whenever I advise, I will always ask them to look for, longer term, and all the investment that you are putting is actually going to come back in good profits only.
So, Mr. Sethi, first, how big is the role of authentic ESG practices, according to you? I mean, from Pernod Ricard India's experience.
It's very important. You need to be very clear and transparent, both in setting the initiatives that we have set out. So all our objectives, which are as per the ESG, they're all in the public domain. They are as per the SDG. They've been reported in terms of what we want to achieve. So we are very vocal in communicating what we want to achieve. The second part is also around, I would say, is the engagement of our stakeholders. That's equally important, especially coming to the customers, the consumers. Some of the initiatives like One for the Planet that we undertook, which was removing the monocottons out of our products, which was a bold move, and transparency with the end user, which was the consumer customer. It's a lot of engagement. And we were very upfront and transparent in terms of why we are doing this. And we were surprised the amount of support that we got, not only from the regulators, but also from the customers and consumers. So I think transparent reporting, being very clear, and then also driving the alignment with the business objectives. So in Pernod Ricard, ESG objectives are part of the business objectives. So there's a cascade of ESG goals which happens till from the top of the board to down to the front line.
Right. We have very less time, but Mr. Wajid, I would want your point of view on this as well, briefly, if you can.
Yeah, unlike Gagan, who has to sort of push together business and sustainability objectives, we have a luxury. Sustainability is our business. And we are trying to align the profit with the sustainability, not the other way around.
The other way around.
So that's, we have the luxury of doing that. So hopefully we'll do a good job.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that very engaging first session that we had on day 2 of NDTV World Summit. Thank you so much. We'll have to wind up this conversation, unfortunately, right now. But thank you all, gentlemen, for this talk.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360
360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India.
War of words over constitution ahead of crucial state assembly elections. Prime Minister Modi says the Congress is against Baba Saheb and the backward castes. This is Rahul Gandhi counters the Prime Minister with the constitution copy in his hand. He says the Congress will protect the constitution from the BJP. The Prime Minister's speech for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Ek hai to safe hai. The Prime Minister ups the caste unity pitch. This is the Prime Minister doubles down on the Congress, says the Congress is obsessed with Article 370. Home Minister Amit Shah accuses the Congress of snatching the reservation from tribals. This as the race for the tribal vote heats up. Rahul Gandhi's caste census dare meanwhile to the BJP. India is a natural partner, says Vladimir Putin. This, of course, after the Prime Minister's meetings with him. Vladimir Putin backs India amid the India-China border consensus. The BJP versus the Congress over the alleged COVID scam in Karnataka. The COVID scam report recommends the prosecution of Yediyurappa and his former minister. Neeraj Chopra partners with the Czech javelin legend, this as he aims to strike 90 meters. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedanta Karwal. Our lead story, well, Vladimir Putin's crucial remark on India. He, of course, had said that India deserves to be one of the superpowers of the world. And he's reiterated that remark by saying that India is a natural partner for Russia and that India and Russia are not only involved in exchanging equipment and, of course, research and innovation, but also partnering in defense equipment. So this is important in the larger geopolitical context as well. It comes just days after the India-China disengagement along the line of actual control as well. Listen to what Vladimir Putin had to say.
India is our natural partner and ally for decades. It has been so for decades, and I think everyone knows fully well what kind of role was played by the Soviet Union and Russia in India acquiring its independence, the way we supported the Indian nation for decades. Throughout that time, we've built a unique, in its quality and level of trust, relations with the Indian nation, and I can say it directly in this case, and the way we feel and the way we understand coming from our Indian friends, there is an overall national consensus about the development of relations with Russia, with our country.
And let me go across live to my colleague Vishal Vivek joining us on the broadcast. So Vishal, what does it mean in the larger geopolitical context? Putin has made several important remarks in the past couple of days. It was just perhaps yesterday when he said that India deserves to be one of the superpowers. Today he's saying India is a natural ally, and all this amid the India-China border consensus as well.
That is correct. So this comes in the wake of several statements that world leaders have made in the recent past, especially in the last 7 to 8 weeks, where, several leaders have said that India needs to be on the UN Security Council. So this is sort of in the same vein as to one of the world's most powerful leaders has now come out and said that India needs to be considered a global superpower. The fact that it's one of the fastest growing economies in the world and the fact that it has a 1.5 billion population in the world, that those two factors itself make it one of the biggest nations in the world, and it should be considered as a global superpower. And as I mentioned earlier, UN Security Council seat has been one of the most contentious points that several countries, including the US, have made in the recent past as to India needs a seat on the UNSC table. So all of these factors have been playing in the recent past, in the last 2-3 months especially, and now one of the world's most powerful leaders, Vladimir Putin, has come up with a statement. He has also mentioned several factors like BrahMos missile, which is one of India's forte when it comes to military equipment. He has mentioned that and said that India has performed well in that field, and also the fact that India-China relations have been improved in the recent past, even though certain things need to be ironed out. But he has mentioned them nonetheless and said that many important people have been speaking about India-China relations, and India has been making long strides in that field. So all of those factors sort of point in the direction that the global stage is ready for India to be, considered as a global superpower.
All right, Vishal, thanks very much for joining us with all those details and putting it in context. As Vishal is reporting, well, top global leaders have talked about India deserving to be on the global high table, including, of course, a seat as far as the UNSC is concerned. The UK, the US, of course, Russia has talked about how India deserves to be on the list of superpowers. But moving now to the big political news back home. Well, it's a safe constitution debate in focus yet again ahead of crucial state assembly elections. Well, this was certainly, the most important debate as far as the Lok Sabha polls were concerned. But in Maharashtra, the Prime Minister doubling down on his charge that Congress leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, are carrying a an empty copy of the constitution, and it's just a red booklet that the Congress leaders are carrying. Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, in poll-bound Jharkhand, countered the BJP leaders, countered the Prime Minister by holding up that constitution booklet, saying that it's indeed the Congress that will protect the constitution from the BJP. Take a look.
कांग्रेस के लोग संविधान के नाम पर अपनी एक अलग लाल किताब बंटवा रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की लाल किताब पर ऊपर तो लिखा है भारत का संविधान, लेकिन लोगों ने जब भीतर से खोला तो पता चला कि लाल किताब कोरी है, सारे पन्ने कोरे, उसमें बाबा साहब के संविधान का एक शब्द भी नहीं लिखा है। ये उनकी बाबा साहब के प्रति जो नफरत है ना, उसका ये नमूना है।
एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन, दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी। ये लड़ाई है। हम कहते हैं कि संविधान को बचाना है, संविधान हिंदुस्तान का है, संविधान जनता की रक्षा करता है, गरीबों की रक्षा करता है, और बीजेपी चाहती है कि इस संविधान को खत्म किया जाए और जैसे पहले हुआ करता था वैसे एक बार फिर हिंदुस्तान को चलाया जाए।
And we go across to my colleague Anuj Raite joining us live now. So Anuj, this debate becomes all the more important in the context of the RSS also leaving no stone unturned for the BJP. In fact, the RSS holding various Mahasabhas, various political rallies across the state as well. And in that context, the Congress sort of upping the ante as far as the constitution is concerned. How do you see this playing out as far as the poll battle is concerned?
It's interesting that you mentioned the RSS because it was said that in the the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the role of RSS was a little limited as compared to the other elections which have taken place earlier. And, there were a lot of chatter, a lot of rumors about things not being very good between the RSS and the Bharatiya Janata Party. But, we've seen that ever since the election results, the RSS has tried to promote, at different parts of the state, have sent their volunteers to kind of, directly or indirectly promote for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Secondly, Rahul Gandhi has always been of the opinion, ever since he's taken up the debate of constitution, that when we listen to him talk about constitution more than the Bharatiya Janata Party, his attack is more direct on the RSS. Even in Mumbai when he was speaking a couple of days ago, or even in Nagpur, or in Jharkhand today, we see him say very often that it is the RSS. So he is targeting, looking to attack the mother organization of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He goes on to state that the RSS directly or indirectly tries to undermine the value of the constitution. He also said that the RSS looks to attack the constitution in a very secretive manner because they cannot approach to attack it face to face. And that becomes the very foundation of this debate that has been posed by Rahul Gandhi as far as the constitution is concerned. When you talk about Narendra Modi, as we've been talking about it for a while, Narendra Modi has been pushing it to a different level altogether. He's been calling the Congress party out over the alleged mistreatment that they had shown to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, not just by having empty constitution books in the Samvidhan Bachao Sammelan, but it dates back to 1951 when Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar left the Nehru cabinet. It dates back to the 1949 when Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar spoke openly against the Congress party, and the Congress party fielded a candidate against Babasaheb Ambedkar in the Lok Sabha elections. So all of these things are also being referred to by the Prime Minister of the country.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. But stay on with us as we discuss an aspect of the Maharashtra polls very closely linked to the constitution debate, and that is the entire chatter around caste. Now, remember, the BJP, in fact, it was the Prime Minister who set the agenda on day one of his Maharashtra political campaign. He said that the Congress is trying to divide the Hindus on the basis of caste. In fact, now he's given a new slogan. He says, "Ek hai to safe hai," pitching for caste unity within the Hindu fold. Now, that is something that the opposition is trying to counter, of course, with the caste census demand. How this plays out remains to be seen. But listen to what the Prime Minister had to say on this.
साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी जानती है देश जितना कमजोर होगा, कांग्रेस उतनी मजबूत होगी। और जब कांग्रेस मजबूत होगी तो देश मजबूर हो जाएगा। कांग्रेस क्या करती है? अलग अलग जातियों को लड़ाना, यही उसकी चाल है, यही उसका चरित्र है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस की इस खतरनाक साजिश से सावधान रहना है। आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
क्या आने वाले काल में बाला साहब के वक्त में भी ऐसे प्रयास हुए थे कि शिवसेना का विस्तार जो है महाराष्ट्र से बाहर हो? और हमने देखा भी कि कई जगहों पर देश के कई हिस्सों में जो है शिवसेना को लोग चाहते रहे हैं, वहाँ पर इकाइयाँ भी बनी हैं छोटी छोटी, लेकिन होता ये आया है कि कभी बाला साहब जो है पार्टी के प्रसार के लिए कभी राज्य के बाहर उन्होंने दौरे नहीं किए, वहाँ पर गंभीरता से चुनाव नहीं लड़े। क्या आने वाले वक्त में उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में इस तरह से हम शिवसेना का विस्तार देख पाएंगे?
देखिए, हम चाहते हैं कि विस्तार होना चाहिए पार्टी का। बाला साहब अगर महाराष्ट्र के बाहर अपने कदम रखते तो ज़रूर हमको फ़ायदा होता, लेकिन हमारा अलायंस रहा बीजेपी के साथ। खास करके अयोध्या के आंदोलन के बाद बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की लहर थी हिंदी भाषिक स्टेट में, और हम चुनाव भी लड़ने जा रहे थे उस वक्त 1992 के बाद। समर्थन अच्छा मिल रहा था। बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुओं के नेता थे, एक सुपरस्टार बन गए थे। लेकिन जब हमने चुनाव लड़ने का ऐलान किया तो अटल जी का फ़ोन आया बाला साहब को कि बाला साहब अगर आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे तो अपने वोटों का बंटवारा हो जाएगा और फिर एक बार हमारा नुकसान होगा। तो बाला साहब ने हमें कहा, अरे भाई अटल जी का फ़ोन आया था, उनका सम्मान करना चाहिए, तो हम चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे। अगर उस वक्त चुनाव लड़ते तो महाराष्ट्र के बाहर हमारे 10-15 सांसद चुनकर आ रहे थे उस वक्त, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो चाहे मध्य प्रदेश हो। एक लहर थी बाला साहब की। उसके बाद हमें महाराष्ट्र के बाहर हर स्टेट में एक चेहरा चाहिए, एक लीडरशिप चाहिए। वो ठीक से हम नहीं ढूंढ पाए या नहीं मिली, तो उससे हमारा नुकसान हो गया। पार्टी का यूनिट तो काम करता है, लेकिन जब तक स्टेट को नेता नहीं मिलता है जिसके चेहरे के ऊपर हम पार्टी बढ़ा सकते हैं, ऐसा चेहरा नहीं मिले। फिर भी हम कोशिश तो की। उत्तर प्रदेश में अयोध्या का आंदोलन है, हम बार बार उद्धव जी को लेकर गए अयोध्या में, वहाँ भी कुछ मूवमेंट हमने की। कार्यकर्ता जुड़ा हुआ है लेकिन नेता नहीं है वहाँ।
And Anuj continues to be with us. So Anuj, the entire debate around caste, of course, extremely crucial in the context of Maharashtra. It's much more complicated than how we see or understand caste in the heartland. But how do you see this playing out in the political battle? Who has the edge? Nobody can really say. There's many a slip between the cup and the lip, as they say.
Caste has always played its important role in Maharashtra's politics, but this year around we are seeing that the way caste has been used is very different than what was the case earlier. And an example of that is the Lok Sabha elections, when we saw a consolidation of the Marathas against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, Marathas as a caste have never really been loyal to any particular party as such, which is, Marathas is the highest number of people, the most number of people here in the state. And, the divided vote of Marathas, mostly against the Bharatiya Janata Party, affected them majorly in places like Marathwada, in places like Vidarbha, which have a high number of Maratha people. And of course, Manoj Jarange's was one of the reasons, or one of the factors that played an important role there. This time around, we're seeing that when Manoj Jarange Patil was dwindling between either giving his candidates or not giving his candidates. A lot of these political parties and political forces were having a close eye on that. If Manoj Jarange Patil had given his candidates, then it would have benefited Mahayuti, as it would have cut down on or divided the Maratha vote, which would have otherwise gone to the MVA. But now the fact that Manoj Jarange Patil has said that he won't be contesting elections, that poses different challenge in front of the Bharatiya Janata Party altogether, and that is why we are seeing that they are trying to consolidate different castes in Hinduism to counter the narrative of caste census that has been put forth by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Congress, put forth by the Congress Party. The BJP is trying to show the caste census in a very negative light. They are trying to show it as something which is divisive, quite to the contrary of what the Congress is preaching, where Congress on one side is talking about a socio-economic survey of different castes in Hinduism across the state, primarily across the state and then of course across the country if they are elected to power. But the BJP is showing it as a tool on how the Congress Party is trying to divide different castes in the state, and that will determine how how the electoral politics will play its role in the coming days.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Anuj is reporting, caste taking center stage as we're counting down to the big political battle in Maharashtra. But well, caste is not just confined to the big state assembly elections. Even in the by-polls, caste seems to have become extremely critical, with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath talking about OBC reservation or prospective OBC reservation in the Aligarh Muslim University. Remember, AMU has been in the news after the Supreme Court cleared the way for the university to claim its minority status, overturning its 1967 judgment that barred the university from claiming that minority status judgment. Ever since then, of course, there's been a lot of discussions on how it will play out as far as the AMU is concerned, but Yogi Adityanath now pitching for OBC reservation. Listen into what he had to say.
आप याद करिए, ये कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत के संसाधनों से पलने वाला, भारत की जनता के टैक्स से चलने वाला एक ऐसा संस्थान जो अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़ी जाति के लोगों को कोई आरक्षण नहीं देता है, लेकिन वहां पर मुसलमानों के लिए 50% आरक्षण की व्यवस्था वे लोग अपने स्वयं के माध्यम से करने का प्रयास करते हैं.
And let me go across to Pradeep Bharti of the Samajwadi Party for a quick reaction. Mr. Bharti, your reaction to what Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said. Of course, this OBC consolidation is something that the BJP has really been gunning for, both in and outside Uttar Pradesh. But he's now talking about OBC reservation in the Aligarh Muslim University. Your reaction to that?
Thank you, Vedant, for having me. Firstly, Modi government and Yogi government is behind demolishing and destruction of every institution which is doing welfare or in education field, whether it's a Muslim institute or any other institute. May it be AMU, may it be Johar University of Rampur, JNU, or many more. There are so many examples of that. They have a single agenda, how they can create a divide between youth on the basis of religion, creed, caste and creed. They have done and they have not done anything related to this, related to especially to education. What their contribution? If I may ask Mr. Yogi and Mr. Modi, how many institutes, whether it's the technical institutes or educational institute or schools, they have made in Uttar Pradesh and in the country, and this fake and sham slogan they have given, ek haath mein Quran and ek haath mein computer. Let us know how many institutes they have created for Muslim youth, where you have the Quran as well as computer.
By-polls are scheduled to take place even in Aligarh and Uttar Pradesh, and a more significant chunk of by-polls taking place in UP. And when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, caste, of course, is one of the most critical factors. But the Samajwadi Party spokesperson talked about education. Clearly, UP is a state that has proven to be a challenge for the BJP after the Lok Sabha drubbing that it faced this year. But interesting how the by-poll fight is heating up with caste taking center stage. But moving now to news from Jharkhand. Well, in Jharkhand as well, both the BJP as well as the JMM Congress alliance rolling out the big guns. Home Minister Amit Shah campaigned in Jharkhand. This is Rahul Gandhi also campaigned in the state. Remember, it's a big fight for tribal votes, perhaps the ultimate test of who has the tribals' trust as far as Jharkhand is concerned. And also on a national level, given the fact that the BJP has also gone, all guns blazing as far as the tribals' vote is concerned. But listen to what the Home Minister had to say and Rahul Gandhi's response.
कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी महाराष्ट्र में कोई उलेमाओं के समूह ने उनको एक ज्ञापन दिया कि 10% आरक्षण मुसलमानों को दिया जाए और कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष ने कहा हम इसमें आपकी मदद करेंगे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी पिछड़ा वर्ग, दलित और आदिवासी का आरक्षण काटकर मुसलमानों को आरक्षण देना चाहती है।
और मैंने साफ कह दिया पार्लियामेंट हाउस में, मोदी जी के सामने कह दिया, मोदी जी आप जाति जनगणना को रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। मैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन देश को वायदा देते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में, लोकसभा में वायदा देते हैं कि हम जाति जनगणना इसी लोकसभा में पास करवा के दिखाएंगे। और ये जो 50% की दीवार बना रखी है, रिजर्वेशन की दीवार बना रखी है, इसको हम तोड़ के इसको हम परे कर देंगे। झारखंड में हमने कह दिया है आदिवासियों को 26% से 28% रिजर्वेशन हम बढ़ा के दे देंगे। दलितों को 10% से हम 12% कर देंगे और पिछड़े वर्ग को 14% से हम 27% रिजर्वेशन दिलवा देंगे।
And moving now to West Bengal, well, crucial by-polls are set to take place in the eastern state as well, and security deployment has always been a contentious issue between the central government and the state. In fact, a 5-member delegation of the Trinamool Congress met the Election Commission as well, asking for more security deployment, given the fact that they have now cited past developments about some sort of chaos developing as far as the poll-bound areas are concerned. Listen in.
It is the Election Commission's deployment rules of 2003 that categorically states that where central deployment is made, in that case they have to have a representative of the state police with them. But what we have seen unfolding in the Bengal by-election is the central forces are working in coordination with the Bengal BJP leaders, not the state police, influencing the voters to vote for the BJP. And today we do not get a hearing before the Election Commission of India. And a minister of the union government is saying what to the state police? That take off your Ashoka symbol and put a chappal there.
And moving now to Manipur, well, Manipur has remained peaceful in the past couple of months, but the isolated incidents of violence are still being reported in the state. In fact, in just a span of 48 hours, 2 women were killed in different parts of Manipur, in Bishnupur and Jiribam. These 2 parts, of course, have been the epicenters of violence in this state. Ratndeep Chaudhary with the latest.
Sporadic incidents of violence in the past couple of months, given the fact that there have been efforts taken by Centre when Centre actually called MLAs from both Meitei and Kuki Marzo communities to New Delhi for one round of face-to-face talks. But what is important to note here is that in the past 2 days there have been death of 2 women, and in fact this morning in Bishnupur districts under Morang police station in Saitong village, this lady has got killed right near her paddy field when fresh firing started. In fact, more reinforcement has been sent to that area. However, this comes close on the heels of what happened on Thursday night when a group of suspected militants from the valley areas attacked the tribal village in Jiribam district. Remember, Jiribam district has seen a lot of violence in the month of September, but last month it was rather peaceful. And in that incident, a woman was allegedly shot, raped, and then set ablaze. This was a very gruesome killing, for which now in the Kuki-Zomi dominated areas, women groups are in a protest mode. There have been several protests, and there has been an FIR by the family members of the women. In fact, Manipur police has asked for a post-mortem where everything will be videographed. It will be done in Silchar Medical College in Assam. Remember, Ziribam is on the borders with Assam, and forensic evidence would be kept. That's what police sources are telling us. But these two incidents where two women have got killed just goes to show how incidents of violence are keeping happening in Manipur, and in both incidents, militant groups are said to be involved.
So, well, complete peace is still a challenge as far as Manipur is concerned. But that will take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Modi versus Rahul Gandhi over safe constitution. Prime Minister says the Congress is against Baba Sahib and backward castes. Rahul Gandhi says the Congress will protect the constitution from the BJP. Prime Minister ups his caste unity pitch. This is the Congress counters the Prime Minister with its caste census demand. Home Minister Amit Shah in Jharkhand as Rahul Gandhi rakes up caste census. Home Minister Amit Shah hits out at the Congress. India deserves a place in the list of superpowers, says Vladimir Putin amid the India-China talk.
Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Hello friends and welcome back to another fresh episode of your favorite show around gadgets. It's Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. और ये एक ऐसा शो होता है ना जिसको आप सब गैजेट लवर्स तो पसंद करते हैं, लेकिन वो लोग जिनको जस्ट दे वांट टू नो समथिंग अबाउट व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन द फील्ड ऑफ टेक, उनके ही बड़ा काम का है, बिकॉज हम इस शो में सब कुछ एक साथ शामिल कर देते हैं. एंड इन टुडेज एपिसोड आई हैव गॉट सम अमेजिंग स्टफ फॉर यू. काफी मजा आने वाला है. मेरा नाम तो गौरव है, आप सभी को पता है. यू आर वॉचिंग Gadgets 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. फ्रेंड्स, फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, सबसे पहले शुरू कर लें उससे पहले नजरें घुमाने की बहुत जरूरत है, बिकॉज वी जस्ट नीड टू लुक अराउंड टू सी व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इन द फील्ड ऑफ गैजेट्स. कौन से नए नए गैजेट्स लॉन्च हो गए हैं, कहां पे क्या नया अपडेट आ गया है. लेट्स हियर एवरीथिंग इन दिस सेक्शन, न्यूज ऑफ द वीक.
यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शंस ऐप पेटीएम अब अपने यूजर्स को उनके यूपीआई पेमेंट्स की स्टेटमेंट्स डाउनलोड करने का ऑप्शन देता है. नाउ यूजर्स कैन डाउनलोड स्टेटमेंट्स फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर डेट रेंज और इवन अ स्पेसिफिक फाइनेंशियल ईयर. iQOO's first smartphone with the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Elite SoC is confirmed to launch in the month of December in India. Amazon की माइक्रोसाइट ने इस अनरिलीज्ड स्मार्टफोन के काफी फीचर्स हमें ऑलरेडी दिखा दिए हैं. The iQOO 13 will get the secondary Q2 chip on board for a better gaming experience and offer up to 144Hz of game playback and 2K LTPO AMOLED 144Hz display. सोनी ने अपने PS5 के लिए क्रोमा कलेक्शन ऑफ एक्सेसरीज लॉन्च कर दिया है. इसमें इंक्लूडेड है 2 ह्यूज फॉर द डुअल शॉक वायरलेस कंट्रोलर, क्रोमा इंडिगो एंड क्रोमा पर्ल. ये दोनों ही प्राइस्ड है एट ₹6849. इसके अलावा द ब्रांड हैज ऑल्सो लॉन्च्ड 2 PS5 स्लिम कंसोल कवर्स इन क्रोमा इंडिगो एंड क्रोमा पर्ल and they cost ₹5569. और लास्टली सोनी ने फोर्टनाइट थीम डुअल शॉक वायरलेस कंट्रोलर लॉन्च किया है, जिसका प्राइस 7490 रखा गया है. Apple owned Beats by Dre ने कोलैबोरेट किया है विद किम कार्दाशियन फॉर द Beats Studio Pro and Beats Pill speaker. Beats Studio Pro Kim Special Edition 3 कलर ऑप्शंस में अवेलेबल है, मून, डून और अर्थ, एंड दे आर प्राइस्ड एट ₹37,900. वहीं अगर बीट्स पिल किम स्पेशल एडिशन की बात की जाए तो ये 2 कलर ऑप्शंस में अवेलेबल है, लाइट ग्रे और डार्क ग्रे, एंड दे आर प्राइस्ड एट ₹16,900. सोनी के लेटेस्ट ईयरबड्स 4 अलग कलर ऑप्शंस में आते हैं और IPX4 रेटेड हैं, जो स्वेट और वाटर रेजिस्टेंस प्रोवाइड करते हैं. इन्हें एक बार चार्ज करके आपको टोटल 22 आवर्स तक बैटरी लाइफ मिलती है अकॉर्डिंग टू द ब्रांड, और सिर्फ 5 मिनट के क्विक चार्ज में 1 घंटे का प्लेबैक मिलता है. सोनी WF-C510 एम्बिएंट साउंड मोड भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जो यूजर्स को अपने म्यूजिक एक्सपीरियंस को बिना इंटरप्ट किए आसपास के वर्ल्ड से कनेक्टेड रहने में मदद करता है. ये ईयरबड्स सोनी हेडफोन्स कनेक्ट ऐप के थ्रू एंड्रॉयड और iOS स्मार्टफोन्स के साथ पेयर किए जा सकते हैं. सोनी WF-C510 ईयरबड्स का प्राइस ₹4990 रखा गया है.
Friends, for the first story this week, let's fly to Maui in Hawaii, USA, और वहां पे जाके हम देखने वाले हैं कि Qualcomm ने क्या नया लॉन्च किया है. Hints, it is the latest Snapdragon 8 Elite processor. Let's have a closer look.
स्नैपड्रैगन ने रिसेंटली हवाई में अपना एनुअल समिट होस्ट किया था, and they launched and teased a great set of products that will change the way we see some of the products today. The brand showcased the next-gen mobile platform Snapdragon 8 Elite. Snapdragon 8 Elite Qualcomm का हाई परफॉर्मेंस मोबाइल प्लेटफॉर्म है जो फ्लैगशिप स्मार्टफोन्स को पावर करेगा. ये प्लेटफॉर्म एडवांस्ड AI, बेटर ग्राफिक्स और इम्प्रूव्ड 5G कनेक्टिविटी ऑफर करता है. With the inclusion of the Snapdragon X Elite CPU, this is a 4 nanometer processor जो ज़्यादा स्पीड और एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी ऑफर करता है. गेमिंग, मल्टीमीडिया और AR/VR एक्सपीरियंसेस काफ़ी इन्हांस्ड हैं और कैमरा परफॉर्मेंस भी अपग्रेड की गई है. ओवरऑल स्नैपड्रैगन 8 एलीट फास्टर प्रोसेसिंग, बेटर विजुअल्स और स्मार्टर फीचर्स के साथ अपकमिंग फ्लैगशिप डिवाइसेस को पावर करेगा. सेकेंडली, स्नैपड्रैगन ने अपने कॉकपिट एलीट और राइड एलीट को भी शोकेस किया. ये दोनों ही स्नैपड्रैगन ओरायन CPU पर बेस्ड हैं. क्वालकॉम का ऑटोमोटिव एलीट पोर्टफोलियो एडवांस सॉल्यूशंस ऑफर करता है जो ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री को नेक्स्ट जेन टेक्नोलॉजी से एम्पावर करते हैं. ये प्रोडक्ट्स कार्स को स्मार्टर और सेफर बनाने के लिए डिज़ाइन किए गए हैं. इसमें AI पावर्ड प्लेटफॉर्म्स, हाई परफॉर्मेंस कनेक्टिविटी और इमर्सिव इन-कार एक्सपीरियंसेस इंक्लूडेड हैं. Qualcomm aims to incorporate advanced infotainment, driver assistance and connectivity features to offer a better driving experience. ये solutions 5G connectivity and autonomous driving support करते हैं, both of which are essential for the future of mobility.
दोस्तों एक फैक्ट मुझे आपके साथ में शेयर करना है एंड इट इज काइंड ऑफ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू स्मार्टफोन यूजर्स बिकॉज आपने एक बात नोटिस करी होगी इन ऑल मॉडर्न डे स्मार्टफोन्स वी हैव जस्ट वन पोर्ट, इट इज द USB-C पोर्ट एंड हमको लगता होगा या इट्स ऑल लुकिंग द सेम, दे ऑल शुड बी द सेम. Well guys, the reality is the shape of the port is the same but not the specifications because USB-C के भी अलग-अलग versions होते हैं and depending on which version you have got, आपका experience vary कर सकता है. On the baseline we have the USB-C 2.0. तो बेसिकली ऑन द बजट फोन्स जहां पे आपको USB-C पोर्ट मिल रहा है, यू हैव दिस स्टैंडर्ड जहां पे जो डेटा ट्रांसफर की स्पीड्स होती हैं वो इतनी ज्यादा हाई नहीं होती हैं. इट इज अराउंड 480 Mbps. बट ऑन द हायर साइड वी हैव USB 3.0 एंड देन वी हैव द USB 3.1 एंड लाइक सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. आपको ये ध्यान रखना है कि जो आपका फोन है वो कौन सा स्पेसिफिकेशन वाला USB-C पोर्ट अपने साथ लेके आया है एंड यू मस्ट यूज अ केबल दैट सपोर्ट्स दैट. फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू हैव अ फोन दैट हैज द USB-C विद द USB 3.1, लेकिन अगर आप एक USB 2.0 वाली केबल उसमें यूज करेंगे, अब वो केबल तो फिट होगा बिकॉज इज द सेम कनेक्टर बट यू वुड नॉट बी एबल टू गेट द फुल एडवांटेज ऑफ द स्पीड जो आपका फोन केपेबल है. डू यू नो दिस? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know how to write it to me. It's tg@ndtv.com. Let's see आप में से किस व्यूअर को ये बात पता थी. Now friends, for the second story this week, I have got this phone and this is the Samsung's latest smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A16 5G and ये phone कुछ नया special लेके आता है अपने साथ because this supports up to 6 generations of OS updates and up to 6 years of security updates, everything coming under rupees 20,000. Let's see up close कि आखिर Samsung ने इस phone में कौन से नए features को pack किया है and how exactly is the complete vibe of this Samsung Galaxy A16 5G.
Samsung's A16 5G is the latest budget offering from the brand with 5G capabilities. The smartphone comes equipped with a 6.7-inch Super AMOLED 90Hz display. ये smartphone 2.4 GHz का processor use करता है. And if I talk about the camera system, the A16 5G has a 50 megapixel triple camera setup that can record videos up to 1080p 30 fps. सेल्फीज के लिए इस स्मार्टफोन में 13 मेगापिक्सल का कैमरा है. It uses a USB Type-C port and a hybrid SIM slot. ये फोन एक साइड माउंटेड फिंगरप्रिंट सेंसर यूज करता है. This one uses a 5000 mAh battery and runs on Samsung's One UI 6.1 जो Android 14 पर based है. And the brand claims that this phone will get up to 6 major Android upgrades. ये स्मार्टफोन 3 कलर वेरिएंट्स में अवेलेबल है: गोल्ड, ब्लू ब्लैक एंड लाइट ग्रीन. Also, the smartphone is available in 2 storage variants, 128GB and 256GB with 8GB of RAM as a standard across both. It does have an option to expand the memory up to 1.5 TB using a micro SD card.
So guys, there you have it, the Samsung Galaxy A16 at a starting price of rupees 18,999, bringing in some industry first features like 6 years of OS updates and security updates. लेकिन ब्रेक के बाद आपको मैं दोबारा मिलने वाला हूं, क्योंकि मैं आपको अपडेट करने वाला हूं about something new by sharing some tech tip with you और आपके सवालों का जवाब भी देने वाला हूं. Everything your way right after this short break.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially.
हेलो दोस्तों, ब्रेक के बाद एक बार आपका वापस से स्वागत है आपके फेवरेट शो गैजेट्स 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी में. और बेसिकली इन दिस शो व्हाट वी डू इज जस्ट टॉक अबाउट गैजेट्स. वी ट्राई टू मेक आवर लाइफ स्मार्टर, इजियर एंड मोर फन जब हम इन गैजेट्स को यूज करते हैं. एंड बेसिकली इन गैजेट्स के साथ में टिप्स जो है वो बहुत जरूरी हो जाती है. अब टिप चाहे आपको मैं दूं चाहे आप किसी को दें, द आइडिया इज टू शेयर नॉलेज. एंड आज की जो टिप है वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है उन सभी लोगों के लिए जो मेट्रो में ट्रैवल करते हैं, स्पेशली दिल्ली मेट्रो में ट्रैवल करते हैं. अब या तो आप रेगुलर ट्रैवलर हैं तो यू माइट हैव अ मेट्रो कार्ड एंड ऑल, इट्स प्रीटी इजी. बट इफ यू आर अ फर्स्ट टाइमर या आप कभी कभी ट्रैवल करते हैं तो आपको टिकट के लिए इफ यू आर टू स्टैंड इन अ लॉन्ग क्यू, आई मीन व्हाट्स द पॉइंट गाइस? वी आर यूजिंग द लेटेस्ट गैजेट्स. स्मार्टफोन हम सभी के पास में होता है. डिड यू नो दैट नाउ यू कैन गेट योर मेट्रो टिकट जस्ट बाय यूजिंग स्मार्टफोन्स? आपको व्हाट्सएप पे DMRC के नंबर पे जाके हाय मैसेज भेजना है और उसके बाद सीधा वहीं से अपने टिकट खरीद सकते हैं बाय एंटरिंग योर स्टार्टिंग एंड एंडिंग पॉइंट्स ऑफ अ जर्नी. आप पे कर सकते हैं UPI या अपने कार्ड से और उसके बाद जो QR कोड आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे होगा, व्हाइल एंटरिंग द स्टेशन जस्ट स्कैन दैट कोड एंड यू आर गुड टू गो. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग टिप है, शेयर कीजिए अपने सभी दोस्तों के साथ में जो मेट्रो से ट्रैवल करते हैं. So guys, now it's time for my favorite section of each episode because this is Ask TG and यहाँ पे मैं जवाब देता हूँ आपके सवालों के. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. आई गेट योर पेन. मतलब समटाइम्स इट इज कि आपको फोन एक यूज लेना है इफ यू वांट टू गेट अ सेकंड हैंड स्मार्टफोन, बट यू आर नॉट टू श्योर कि यार वो जो फोन है वो कैसा है, हाउ हैज बीन द हिस्ट्री, रिपेयर हुआ नहीं हुआ वगैरह वगैरह. तो गाइज लेट मी टेल यू अ सिंपल सोल्यूशन. आप जिस भी ब्रांड का फोन ले रहे हैं आपको उनके लिए कुछ सीक्रेट कोड्स मिलते हैं. दे आर काइंड ऑफ लाइक टेस्टिंग मेन्यूज और आप सीधा वहीं से सब कुछ टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग द सेल्फी कैमरा, द रियर कैमरा, द नेटवर्क, the vibration, the speakers, screen, everything you can test by using these sample, testing menus. तो you just Google about it. आप अगर फोन ले रहे हैं for example Samsung का, आप अगर फोन ले रहे हैं for example OnePlus, Realme, Oppo, whatever, यहाँ से आप चेक करके निश्चिंत हो सकते हैं कि yes, the phone that you are getting वो एकदम ठीक ठाक काम कर रहे हैं.
Sir, is Apple planning to discontinue the Apple Vision Pro?
Well, it's not about discontinuing, it's about how the strategy of Apple is regarding Vision Pro. Because आपको पता है कि mixed reality और augmented reality, the future is still to be explored कि आगे चल के हम किस डायरेक्शन में मूव करते हैं. Now, while Vision Pro is a great spatial computer, हम जो सुन रहे थे कि Apple एक अफोर्डेबल वर्जन भी लॉन्च कर देगा, वो अभी लगता है कि Apple थोड़ा सा लेट उसको पुश कर चुका है, बिकॉज ये होने वाला है 2027 में जाके. तब तक के लिए वी हैव दिस Vision Pro प्राइस एट $3,500. अभी ये और ज्यादा ग्लोबल रिलीज में स्प्रेड होने वाला है, इंडिया में लॉन्च होना बाकी है. वी विल सी हाउ एग्जैक्टली द रिस्पॉन्स इज एंड उसके बाद एप्पल माइट टेक सम डिसीजन.
हाय गौरव, क्या हमें लैपटॉप पर स्क्रैच गार्ड लगाना चाहिए?
If you're asking about the screen protector, I would say no, क्योंकि जो screens हैं लैपटॉप्स के वो अलग थोड़े से delicate होते हैं. While applying and removing it later on, it might get damaged. हाँ, लेकिन अगर आप लैपटॉप की बॉडी को कवर करना चाहते हैं, you can do that using skins या there are different methods available. तो वो आप कर सकते हैं ताकि जो लैपटॉप की बॉडी है वहाँ स्क्रैच ना पहुँचे. बट स्क्रीन पे एक स्क्रीन गार्ड लगाना just like your smartphone, I would not advise that. Well, my friend, under 20,000 rupees, the options are pretty limited क्योंकि बजट काफ़ी लिमिटेड है, तो आपको ऑप्शंस इतने ज़्यादा नहीं मिलेंगे एंड यू वुड नॉट गेट ऑल द लेटेस्ट स्मार्ट फीचर्स. तो मैं बोलूँगा कि गेट लाइक टीवी जो आपको सबसे बड़ा साइज़ देता है, एंड देन प्लीज़ इन्वेस्ट. थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा आपका खर्चा लगेगा, बट इफ़ यू कैन गेट समथिंग लाइक एन Amazon Fire Stick, तो उससे होगा क्या, यूजुअली जो टीवीज़ होते हैं ना 20,000 के नीचे के बजट के, उसके अंदर आपको इतना अच्छा प्रोसेसर नहीं मिलता है. तो इफ़ यू आर ट्राइंग टू लेट्स से वॉच यूट्यूब या कुछ स्मार्ट कंटेंट, तो वो इतना ज़्यादा अच्छे से रिस्पॉन्सिवनेस नहीं शो करता है. बट इफ़ यू हैव अ टीवी जिसका स्क्रीन आपको बड़ा मिल गया है एंड देन यू जस्ट ऐड ऑन द Amazon Fire Stick, वो आपको एक एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ाएगा. तो जस्ट सर्च अराउंड कि आपको सबसे बड़े स्क्रीन साइज का टीवी कौन सा मिल रहा है, add in the Fire Stick and you will have all the entertainment.
हेलो गौरव, वायर्ड ईयरफोन से क्या बेनिफिट्स होते हैं?
बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स होते हैं. फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, वी डोंट नीड टू चार्ज देम, जस्ट प्लग एंड प्ले. दूसरी बात ये होती है कि अगर आपकी पॉकेट में फ़ोन रखा है और अगर कोई फ़ोन लेके भाग जाता है with wired earphones, if you are listening to something, तो एक connection रहेगा physical. You would be more aware of where your phone is. But get fun things aside, I think it's more of a convenience. Sometimes let's say आपकी earphones की बैटरी डेड हो चुकी है और still you want to listen to something, या फिर आपको अगर तुरंत डिवाइस चेंज करना है, आपने कभी लैपटॉप पे लगा लिया, कभी उसमें मतलब might sound old school, but I still enjoy using my wired earphones and I always keep them as a backup with me. तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से दे आर क्वाइट एक्साइटिंग. Okay, so guys, there you have it. Everything in this freshly baked episode of your favorite show, Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. अगर आपका कोई भी सवाल है, if you have anything to say, you know the drill. The answer is pretty simple. The address is pretty simple. It is tg@ndtv.com. आप लिख डालिए अपनी सारी बातें मुझे ईमेल पे, and I'm gonna see you next week with even more fun gadgets. Same place, same time. See you all next week. That's all for today. Have a good day.
moving now to the big political news back home. Well, it's a safe constitution debate in focus yet again ahead of crucial state assembly elections. Well, this was certainly, the most important debate as far as the Lok Sabha polls were concerned. But in Maharashtra, the Prime Minister doubling down on his charge that Congress leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, are carrying an empty copy of the constitution, and it's just a red booklet that the Congress leaders are carrying. Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, in poll-bound Jharkhand, countered the BJP leaders, countered the Prime Minister by holding up that constitution booklet, saying that it's indeed the Congress that will protect the constitution from the BJP. Take a look.
कांग्रेस के लोग संविधान के नाम पर अपनी एक अलग लाल किताब बंटवा रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की लाल किताब पर ऊपर तो लिखा है भारत का संविधान, लेकिन लोगों ने जब भीतर से खोला तो पता चला कि लाल किताब कोरी है। सारे पन्ने कोरे, उसमें बाबा साहब के संविधान का एक शब्द भी नहीं लिखा है। ये उनकी बाबा साहब के प्रति जो नफरत है ना, उसका ये नमूना है।
एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन, दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी और आरएसएस। ये लड़ाई है। हम कहते हैं कि संविधान को बचाना है। संविधान हिंदुस्तान का है। संविधान जनता की रक्षा करता है, गरीबों की रक्षा करता है। और बीजेपी चाहती है कि इस संविधान को खत्म किया जाए और जैसे पहले हुआ करता था वैसे एक बार फिर हिंदुस्तान को चलाया जाए।
We discuss an aspect of the Maharashtra polls very closely linked to the constitution debate, and that is the entire chatter around caste. Now remember, the BJP, in fact it was the Prime Minister who set the agenda on day one of his Maharashtra political campaign. He said that the Congress is trying to divide the Hindus on the basis of caste. In fact, now he's given a new slogan. He says, एक है तो safe है, pitching for caste unity within the Hindu fold. Now that is something that the opposition is trying to counter, of course, with the caste census demand. How this plays out remains to be seen. But listen to what the Prime Minister had to say on this.
साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी जानती है देश जितना कमजोर होगा, कांग्रेस उतनी मजबूत होगी। और जब कांग्रेस मजबूत होगी तो देश मजबूर हो जाएगा। कांग्रेस क्या करती है? अलग अलग जातियों को लड़ाना, यही उसकी चाल है, यही उसका चरित्र है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस की इस खतरनाक साजिश से सावधान रहना है। आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
क्या आने वाले काल में बाला साहब के वक्त में भी ऐसे प्रयास हुए थे कि शिवसेना का विस्तार जो है महाराष्ट्र से बाहर हो? और हमने देखा भी कि कई जगहों पर देश के कई हिस्सों में जो है शिवसेना को लोग चाहते रहे हैं, वहाँ पर इकाइयाँ भी बनी हैं छोटी छोटी, लेकिन होता ये आया है कि कभी बाला साहब जो है पार्टी के प्रसार के लिए कभी राज्य के बाहर उन्होंने दौरे नहीं किए, वहाँ पर गंभीरता से चुनाव नहीं लड़े। क्या आने वाले वक्त में उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में इस तरह से हम शिवसेना का विस्तार देख पाएंगे?
देखिए, हम चाहते हैं कि विस्तार होना चाहिए पार्टी का। बाला साहब अगर महाराष्ट्र के बाहर अपने कदम रखते तो ज़रूर हमको फ़ायदा होता, लेकिन हमारा अलायंस रहा बीजेपी के साथ। खास करके अयोध्या के आंदोलन के बाद बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की लहर थी हिंदी भाषिक स्टेट में, और हम चुनाव भी लड़ने जा रहे थे उस वक्त 1992 के बाद। समर्थन अच्छा मिल रहा था। बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुओं के नेता थे, एक सुपरस्टार बन गए थे। लेकिन जब हमने चुनाव लड़ने का ऐलान किया तो अटल जी का फ़ोन आया बाला साहब को कि बाला साहब अगर आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे तो अपने वोटों का बंटवारा हो जाएगा और फिर एक बार हमारा नुकसान होगा। तो बाला साहब ने हमें कहा, अरे भाई अटल जी का फ़ोन आया था, उनका सम्मान करना चाहिए, तो हम चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे। अगर उस वक्त चुनाव लड़ते तो महाराष्ट्र के बाहर हमारे 10-15 सांसद चुनकर आ रहे थे उस वक्त, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो चाहे मध्य प्रदेश हो। एक लहर थी बाला साहब की। उसके बाद हमें महाराष्ट्र के बाहर हर स्टेट में एक चेहरा चाहिए, एक लीडरशिप चाहिए। वो ठीक से हम नहीं ढूंढ पाए या नहीं मिली, तो उससे हमारा नुकसान हो गया। पार्टी का यूनिट्स तो काम करता है, लेकिन जब तक स्टेट को नेता नहीं मिलता है जिसके चेहरे के ऊपर हम पार्टी बढ़ा सकते हैं, ऐसा चेहरा नहीं मिले। फिर भी हम कोशिश तो की। उत्तर प्रदेश में अयोध्या का आंदोलन है, हम बार बार उद्धव जी को लेकर गए अयोध्या में, वहाँ भी कुछ मूवमेंट हमने की। कार्यकर्ता जुड़ा हुआ है लेकिन नेता नहीं है वहाँ।
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद।
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे।
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले। शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए।
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United
A big war of words over the constitution ahead of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand polls. The Prime Minister says the Congress is against Baba Sahib and backward caste. This is Rahul Gandhi counters the Prime Minister with a constitution copy in his hand. He says the Congress will protect the constitution from the BJP. The Prime Minister's pitch for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. He says, "Ek hai to safe hai," as he ups the caste unity pitch. This as he also reiterates his charge against the Congress, saying the grand old party is obsessed with Article 370. Amit Shah's Jharkhand blitzkrieg. He accuses the Congress of snatching the reservation from tribals. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi's caste census dare to the BJP. Vladimir Putin says India is a natural ally. This as he says that India deserves a place in the list of the global powers. Neeraj Chopra said to be coached by the Czech javelin legend. This as he aims to strike 90 meters. Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, the Bombay High Court's Aurangabad bench has overturned the conviction of a man and his family over allegations that they did not let his wife watch television, go to the temple, meet neighbors and made her sleep on the carpet. A single judge bench of Justice Abhay S. Wagwase said that the aforementioned actions against a woman now dead would not constitute as severe under the offence of cruelty under the Indian Penal Code. The court said that the allegations would not comprise physical and mental cruelty as they pertain to the domestic affairs of the accused. The court also dismissed a woman's family member's allegation that she was made to fetch water at midnight after the man's family stated that in their village water supply started there at the time and all households went to fetch water at 1:30 a.m. We're looking at the larger ramifications of such observations. Should high courts be more responsible in making observations? Does it warrant a high court overturning a man's conviction based on the understanding that such actions do not comprise severe cruelty? What do women's rights activists think about this? Well, joining me on the show this evening is Flavia Agnes, women's rights lawyer. Also Brinda Adige, social and women's activist, somebody who has been a very articulate voice on this. Let me go across to you, Ms. Agnes, first. How do you see the High Court's observations? Many would say it's insensitive. Others would say that, well, the High Court should have been more responsible in making such a remark and, setting a precedent as far as, the entire cruelty against women scenario is concerned.
I think it is a really backward judgment which defeats the very purpose of cruelty under IPC, as well as cruelty as a civil remedy. According to me, what drives a woman to a suicide or what constitutes cruelty has to be her personal feelings about it, what she understood, what she felt about it, and making her sleep on the carpet, not allowing her to meet her relatives, using abusive language to her. All this constitute cruelty under the Act. So the Bombay High Court Nagpur bench judgment, according to me, is very regressive, and it sets the women's rights discourse several ranks lower than what it was. So this will be taken advantage of by the defense lawyers in cruelty cases in the courts in the coming months. You can see its impact. And I was quite shaken when I read this, and I was extremely upset that courts can pass such a judgment on a woman who is not even alive. She's died. And now it's only her family people who are litigating for her.
So you made a very important point, Miss Agnes, at the very outset, that what constitutes cruelty or what drives a woman to attempt suicide is a personal understanding, is a personal choice. And for the High Court to term it as petty allegations is really shocking. Won't you agree, Brinda Adige?
I totally agree with that. How can the High Court decide what is cruelty and not cruelty? It is
yes.
her own
I'll come
experience.
back to Miss Agnes. Miss Adige, go ahead.
It is her own experience, what she experienced in her married life. And I think this is very, very essential for us to advance women's rights. And it was very shocking that High Court has given such a verdict, setting aside the conviction and what was held in the lower court.
Let me quickly take opening remarks from Miss Adige as well, and then I'll come back to Miss Agnes. Miss Brinda Adige, go ahead.
I'm appalled. I'm appalled with the order that this judge has given. We know that structures are largely patriarchal in our country. But every time we talk about a law that is there to protect women or children or other gender people, every judge has to look at it in letter and spirit, not decide on his or her own choice what is severity, that it is a petty domestic offense. We know 498A came as a result of tremendous struggles of women over years together, putting together documents before the Supreme Court. It just did not come out of mere discussions with the parliamentarians. And that is proof to show that these things must be taken into consideration of what cruelty is. And like Madam Flavia has talked about, it is from the woman's perspective. How dare a judge who is supposed to extend justice look at cruelty from his point of view? Watching TV, not allowed to watch TV, sleeping on the carpet. Will he, as an example, if somebody does that to him, what will he construct that as? Not cruelty? Not human rights violation? Not unconstitutional? How dare he make these kind of statements? And a precedent being set on such a serious matter, that is sad. For many issues, India has several progressive laws. In fact, some of them are better than in the West and in European nations. Then you have these judges who decide to read into the letters and forget that there is a very clear understanding of what is cruelty. 498A came because women in marriage suffer various forms of cruelty, and women are unable to talk about it because of our patriarchal society that assumes all of this to be okay. It's domestic. It doesn't matter.
I think that's an important point.
Marital rape, of course, is not even considered.
What we might label as petty allegations, the larger issue, of course, is how the women's agency in a marriage, in a household, was taken away. I think that's the larger point here, and not so much about whether she was allowed to watch TV, and those actions in themselves are extremely cruel. But the larger issue of the woman's agency being taken away in a household, in a marriage. Miss Agnes, as Brindaji was also pointing out, this is not just regressive and insensitive, but also bad jurisprudence. To say that these are petty allegations and they do not qualify as cruelty.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you. And it sets us back several ranks. That is the main concern for us. That in the future, when these cases come, courts will say this is not cruelty. This is petty cruelty. This does not warrant interference of the court. And the husband family can go scot-free. Brinda made a very pertinent point. If this same thing happens to the judge, what will he consider it? I think it will never happen to a judge, and he cannot even fathom it because of the whole patriarchal notion. What is women's duty and what is men's duty? What is women's power and what is men's power? So he cannot even fathom it happening to him. And for women, women's role, women's predefined gender roles, according to that, this is fine. Women are supposed to be subordinate. They're supposed to listen to the husband and their family and suffer all these harassment and abuse as normal wear and tear of a marriage.
Sure.
So there's nothing great about it. Nothing, nothing to be worried about.
And I think what you said at the outset about, whether this would be considered as some sort of judicial precedent in more cases of cruelty. And Brinda Adike, the last word to you. There is no hierarchy to violation, and similarly there is no hierarchy to cruelty. An action cannot be sort of looked at as whether it was significantly cruel or not. Cruelty is cruelty, just like violation is violation.
You're absolutely right. Cruelty is cruelty, and a violation cannot be small and big, and it cannot become serious on Monday and not serious on a Sunday. What the judge has failed to look at, like I pointed out, is to understand the law itself in letter and spirit.
Right.
And that shows so badly on the judiciary. It should not become a precedent. No other judge should look at it. None of the defense lawyers must look at this case and say, this was done. I do hope that they will take this matter to the Supreme Court and it would be struck down. But again and again, it is the woman's family. It's the woman who has to go and continuously prove herself. And in this particular case, she's dead. I do hope judges understand that you are our last recourse. Look at this judiciously.
Absolutely. Brinda Adike and Flavia Agnes, thanks very much for joining us. Perhaps the most articulate voices on women's rights. But of course, as both of them pointed out, judges need to be more responsible. This is something that the Chief Justice of India has also repeatedly talked about, the outgoing Chief Justice of India. And now, of course, in the Supreme Court also, we have a manual of the terms to use, the terms to be careful about, but nothing will change till the time our judges become more responsible in making such observations. But moving now to the big political headline, the constitution debate is back in focus ahead of the crucial assembly polls in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. The Prime Minister doubled down in his attack against the Congress, saying that the Congress is carrying an empty booklet of the constitution. This, of course, as Rahul Gandhi said, it's the Congress which will save the constitution from the BJP. Take a look.
कांग्रेस के लोग संविधान के नाम पर अपनी एक अलग लाल किताब बंटवा रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की लाल किताब पर ऊपर तो लिखा है भारत का संविधान, लेकिन लोगों ने जब भीतर से खोला तो पता चला कि लाल किताब कोरी है। सारे पन्ने कोरे, उसमें बाबा साहब के संविधान का एक शब्द भी नहीं लिखा है। ये उनकी बाबा साहब के प्रति जो नफरत है ना, उसका ये नमूना है।
एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन, दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी और आरएसएस। ये लड़ाई है। हम कहते हैं कि संविधान को बचाना है। संविधान हिंदुस्तान का है। संविधान जनता की रक्षा करता है, गरीबों की रक्षा करता है। और बीजेपी चाहती है कि इस संविधान को खत्म किया जाए और जैसे पहले हुआ करता था वैसे एक बार फिर हिंदुस्तान को चलाया जाए।
And well, moving now to the Prime Minister upping the caste unity pitch, something that he said on day one of his political campaign in Maharashtra. This, of course, is now he's given a new slogan, Ek hai to safe hai, calling for unity within the Hindu fold. This, of course, as the Congress has reiterated its caste census demand in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Take a look.
साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी जानती है देश जितना कमजोर होगा, कांग्रेस उतनी मजबूत होगी। और जब कांग्रेस मजबूत होगी तो देश मजबूर हो जाएगा। कांग्रेस क्या करती है? अलग अलग जातियों को लड़ाना, यही उसकी चाल है, यही उसका चरित्र है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस की इस खतरनाक साजिश से सावधान रहना है। आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
जो तोड़फोड़ की सरकार यहां बनी है, उस सरकार को फिर से लाने की, मजबूती देने की कोशिश के लिए वो कर रहे हैं। वो कभी नहीं होगा। लोग एक बार देख चुके हैं, आपने चोरी करके हमारे एमएलए को उठा लेके चोरी करके अब सरकार बना लिए हैं। ये कोई आइडियोलॉजी पे नहीं बनी है सरकार। ये सत्ता में आने के लिए हर रीति का वो कोशिश करके किसी तरह सत्ता टिकाना, इस मकसद से वो आघाड़ी की सरकार बनाई है।
And moving now to poll-bound Jharkhand, where of course both the BJP and the JMM Congress alliance are rolling out the big guns. Home Minister Amit Shah campaigned in Jharkhand, and he made a rather communal remark, as many would say, hitting out at the Congress over backward castes, saying that the Congress is against the SC, STs and the OBCs. This, of course, is a Congress push for its caste census demand. In fact, Hemant Soren has also been hitting out at the BJP, and he said that, well, they couldn't rule or overrule the people's mandate, and there will be a similar scenario this time around as well.
कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी महाराष्ट्र में कोई उलेमाओं के समूह ने उनको एक ज्ञापन दिया कि 10% आरक्षण मुसलमानों को दिया जाए, और कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष ने कहा हम इसमें आपकी मदद करेंगे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी पिछड़ा वर्ग, दलित और आदिवासी का आरक्षण काटकर मुसलमानों को आरक्षण देना चाहती है।
और मैंने साफ कह दिया पार्लियामेंट हाउस में, मोदी जी के सामने कह दिया, मोदी जी आप जाति जनगणना को रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। मैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन देश को वायदा देते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में, लोकसभा में वायदा देते हैं कि हम जाति जनगणना इसी लोकसभा में पास करवा के दिखाएंगे। और ये जो 50% की दीवार बना रखी है, रिजर्वेशन की दीवार बना रखी है, इसको हम तोड़ के इसको हम परे कर देंगे। झारखंड में हमने कह दिया है आदिवासियों को 26% से 28% रिजर्वेशन हम बढ़ा के दे देंगे, दलितों को 10% से हम 12% कर देंगे, और पिछड़े वर्ग को 14% से हम 27% रिजर्वेशन दिलवा देंगे।
And moving now to news from Uttar Pradesh, well, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, saying that it was the first that the Supreme Court imposed a hefty fine of 25 lakh rupees on the UP government against bulldozer action. He said those who should be governing are driving bulldozers, converting the symbol of development into a symbol of destruction.
जिनका काम सरकार चलाना है वो बुलडोजर चला रहे हैं, और विकास का प्रतीक विनाश का प्रतीक बन गया है कि देश में पहली बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बुलडोजर एक्शन के खिलाफ उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार पर 25 लाख का भारी भरकम जुर्माना लगाया है। जजों ने कहा ये सरकार बहुत अहंकारी है, ऐसा लगता है कि यूपी में कानून का राज समाप्त हो गया है, उत्तर प्रदेश में शक्ति और सत्ता का अनुचित दुरुपयोग हो रहा है।
In fact, Anila Jain of the BJP is now joining us live on the phone line. Anila ji, your response to what Akhilesh Yadav has said, he says it's a first that a top court is imposing such a hefty fine on a government. In fact, the Yogi Adityanath government has been in question over what you call bulldozer justice. In fact, the Supreme Court has time and again said that just because it's an accused's home, you cannot simply bulldoze it. Your response?
My Ram Ram to all. And Akhilesh Yadav ji, he is not going to miss an opportunity where he can attack Yogi Adityanath ji, because he has huge repulsion for Bhagwa color. So that is why he tries to seek the things, the opportunities where he can attack Yogi Adityanath ji. I'm not going to make any sort of comment on Honorable Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme Court, they have charged Uttar Pradesh government with hefty fine. So they have got all the reasons for it. But I know one thing, that mistakes can happen. And in this particular case, where this is the case of Mr. Tibrewal, whose house was demolished in 2019 because of the expansion of the highway, a mistake might have happened by the officials or the people of that particular department. If mistake has happened, then definitely they have to face the repercussions. But overall, if you ask me, I will say that there is always a procedure which is being followed by the respective departments. They serve notices. If that notice is not being taken seriously, then definitely action is taken. So if somebody says that it is a bulldozer justice, that is absolutely wrong, because in any government, whether we talk about the government under Samajwadi Party or the BSP or the BJP, these type of anti-encroachment drive is a common thing. But now it is huge hue and cry is made because Uttar Pradesh is being headed by a Bhagwadhari Yogi Adityanath. That is the main problem of Akhilesh Yadav.
So, of course, that face-off continues over bulldozer justice, quote-unquote justice, and this is likely to be a huge issue as far as the bypolls are concerned as well, given the fact that you have the bypolls in Aligarh and various other key constituencies which have seen bulldozer action in the past 1 year or so. But moving now to, the reservation issue as far as the UP bypolls are concerned. In Aligarh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath made a contentious remark. He says that there should be OBC reservation in the Aligarh Muslim University. Now remember, the AMU has been in the news ever since the Supreme Court decided to open the door for the university to claim a minority status tag. And this, of course, after it overturned its 1967 judgment that barred the university from getting that minority tag. But listen in to what Yogi Adityanath had to say on OBC reservation.
आप याद करिए, ये कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत के संसाधनों से पलने वाला, भारत की जनता के टैक्स से चलने वाला एक ऐसा संस्थान जो अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़ी जाति के लोगों को कोई आरक्षण नहीं देता है, लेकिन वहां पर मुसलमानों के लिए 50% आरक्षण की व्यवस्था वे लोग अपने स्वयं के माध्यम से करने का प्रयास करते हैं.
Firstly, Modi government and Yogi government is behind demolishing and destruction of every institution which is doing welfare or in education field, whether it's a Muslim institute or any other institute. May it be AMU, may it be Johar University of Rampur, JNU, or many more. There are so many examples of that. They have a single agenda, how they can create a divide between youth on the basis of religion, creed, caste, and creed. They have done, and they have not done anything related to this, related to especially to education. What their contribution? If I may ask Mr. Yogi and Mr. Modi, how many institutes, whether it's the technical institutes or educational institute or schools, they have made in Uttar Pradesh and in the country, and this fake and sham slogan they have given, ek haath mein Quran and ek haath mein computer. Let us know how many institutes they have created for Muslim youth.
And moving now to news from the national capital, lawlessness in Delhi after two back-to-back incidents of firing being reported in just a span of 48 hours. Now an extortion call has been made to a Delhi gym. Remember, just a couple of months back, in fact, we saw how a gym owner was shot dead in cold blood in broad daylight. And law and order issue is certainly something which has taken center stage ahead of the crucial assembly elections here in Delhi as well. Remember, one person had died in the firing in Kabir Nagar as well. And moving now to the other big headline, Vladimir Putin has made an important point. He says that India should be among the list of global superpowers. This also, as he says, that India and Russia are natural allies and they're working together in developing strategies for the larger global good as well. Remember, this comes amid the India-China border consensus just days after disengagement was complete. Take a look.
India is our natural partner and ally for decades. It has been so for decades, and I think everyone knows fully well what kind of role was played by the Soviet Union and Russia in India acquiring its independence, the way we supported the Indian nation for decades. Throughout that time, we've built a unique, in its quality and level of trust relations with the Indian nation, and I can say directly, in this case, and the way we feel and the way we understand, coming from our Indian friends, there is an overall national consensus about the development of relations with Russia, with our country.
In other news now, well, BJP leader Hitesh Jain has written, which writes the Motilal Oswal's latest report debunks Rahul Gandhi's claims on Indian economy. This, of course, is he says that Indian economy, it has been a decade of strategic reforms under the Prime Minister's vision as well. In fact, let's look at what he has said. He says, amidst relentless attacks by Rahul Gandhi and Hindenburg's critical reports, concrete evidence of India's structural growth across sectors, has been reported, and it has been a decade of reforms driven by the Prime Minister's vision. So, of course, this is the BJP leader has put out the Oswal report debunking claims made by Hindenburg, something that has been cited by Rahul Gandhi in various political rallies as well. He says that the story of India becoming a premier global investment destination is something that has not been hidden from the world. He says Viksit Bharat by 2047 is not just a vision, but it's something that will be a reality soon as well. In fact, he says the report disproves Rahul Gandhi's claims of monopolization as far as the Indian economy is concerned. He also says that the report highlights inclusive growth across sectors. And finally, Himachal's tourism push continues. It's the last day of the Paragliding World Cup, a first of its kind World Cup which is being held in Himachal's Bir-Biling. And this, of course, is more than 100 paragliders from across 50 countries are taking part in it. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It is our great pleasure to welcome you to today's session, Art is Global, the India Moment. We are honored to host three visionary talents who have made India proud on the global stage. Firstly, congratulate us. In fact, we should start congratulating the talented Anasuya Sen-Gupta, who mesmerized audiences worldwide with her captivating performance, earning her the prestigious Best Actress Award at Cannes. Next, we celebrate Mansi Maheshwari, whose thought-provoking film, Bunnyhood, captured the essence of innovation, securing the esteemed Larsen-F Award. Welcome, Mansi. And we applaud now Chidanand Nayak, whose creative genius has been bright enough, earning him the coveted Larsen-F first prize. Let's celebrate together India's moment in the global art landscape. Thank you so much. Thank you, and welcome to NDTV. Anasuya, it is often said that this is the power of storytelling. The storytelling which ensures that the characters unite, and then they take India moment to the world. What was it like winning and walking that carpet, the red carpet, when you were announced as the winner?
I mean, really beyond anything I had ever anticipated, to be honest, and a moment of deep, deep pride to be on a global stage alongside like extremely talented people from the fraternity as well. It was a fabulous year for our country at Cannes, I believe, with amazing films and projects which all of us have worked long and hard to mount with so much dedication and perseverance. So it was a moment, it felt like it finally bearing fruit, so to say. And
coming after how many years?
The Grand Prix came after 30 years, or the first ever.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Best Actress, I believe, the first time ever.
Yes.
So amazing, really. Thank you so much.
And before I move, Anasuya, I want to understand also from you, this is the India story, the Indian arts on the global stage, and it's very different from mainstream. What is being seen as mainstream? So many would say mainstream is stereotyped. Now it is Anasuya Sen-Gupta who's mainstream.
So I personally do think that we are moving steadily to a time where a lot of these divisions are blurring.
Yes.
And it's a great time to thrive in the sense that, see, art is art, cinema is cinema, and there, I believe, is room for all kinds of it. There is the mainstream, there is the non-mainstream, but everything is kind of coming closer together. And to take it to a global stage, to take independent cinema from India to a stage like that was a moment of deep, deep pride, because it is difficult to get some of these projects to take off and do well, and it's really just dedication.
Yes, so Mansi, this is also about India's soft power, what we call cultural diplomacy. And all of you have scripted that and continue to script it. Tell us about yourself. Bunnyhood.
Sorry, I'm laughing. Because the Bunnyhood is a story about me and my mother, and she's about to arrive soon, and she hasn't yet, so I can speak a bit freely. Well, I think Bunnyhood came from just there's so much misinformation, misconception, miscommunication in the world, and it made me just question why we lie so much. And then I just had some introspective moment and found this story in my life. Bunnyhood is a story about learning to lie and why we tell lies in life.
So how many lies have you said in the last 24 hours? And have you learned to lie?
I think when you experience this, then you actually try to become more honest in life. Yeah. So it's a whole journey. You learn to lie to get by in the society, and then you actually realize that you don't need to do it.
Yeah.
So this was the journey.
Tell us about the red carpet moment.
It was really incredible. Chida was obviously there with me. And because I went to NIFT before, so I was wearing my friend's dress. And it was super special. We all became friends really quickly. We were 18 directors, so it was just walking a red carpet with your friends. It was really sweet.
And what was it like, Chida, for you? And particularly when you hear that, it is about India. We keep talking about it because India and Indian history, culture, heritage is very deep-rooted. So for us to win awards, maybe it's coming late, but it was long overdue.
Yeah, and like a single kind of a film or a cinema can't represent India. India is a country of diversity.
Absolutely.
So in the mainstream also, the diverse group of films is put on the global platform. And very happy that a film like mine, which is originally in Kannada, gets resonated in a global language who even doesn't know the language. So that's a huge thing.
So let's celebrate that, ladies and gentlemen. I think that calls for a big clap.
So that's the way I think where we'll be going forward now onwards.
So, Chida, women have more options in dressing up for the red carpet, sari, lehenga, or lots. What about you? What did you choose to wear?
Well, we had rules. So there are certain rules which you can carry, and boys have like a navy blue or a black tux. So I was quite excited to watch a film and quite nervous walking.
So working across cultural boundaries, I'm sure these are thoughts that come to your mind often, that how you have transcended that, ensured that these cultural boundaries do not exist anymore. Particularly, as you said, that, regional cinema is being celebrated, not just in independent cinema, but also in mainstream cinema. And we have seen that regional cinema today represents the Indian cinema more than Bollywood does.
Like time and again, like within the few years, we are seeing that linguistic is no more a barrier.
Yes.
Like you can see a Telugu film or a Kannada film reaching across the India, even to the world. So I don't think right now we are in that, it is no more a barrier for us. So right now we'll be focusing on to tell more stories at even a more, in a bigger platform. I think it's a high time that we focus on making those films.
So when you say bigger platform, what will it be? I mean, how will it be bigger than Cannes or say La Cinef?
No, I mean, I think the more diverse approach that Chidanand also saying that, I mean, there are big platforms are many, and there's even seeing films, the kind of films that are being discussed for the Academy. There was a Malayalam language film in the talking. And so it's a matter of great pride to see, because Indian cinema does transcend just Bollywood. You know, it's so much more than that. So I think it's about time, and it's happening, to see films from all over the country being pushed to these bigger and bigger platforms.
And there's a lot of cross-cultural collaborations at work as well. So are you looking at any of those, Mansi? And anything that really stands out for you?
At the moment, because I also write my films, so it's pretty much me, but all my team, because I've studied internationally, all my team is from different places around the globe. So there's loads of perspectives that come in. This is the reason why my film was in English. Firstly, because we also speak it. I'm speaking it right now. So I thought it was okay to do that. And also my friends that I made there, and I thought it would reach more people easily. And the people who were working on it could understand it better. So that even if they're not part of the story or directly bringing their culture in some ways through sound, music, I don't know, producing, the film is from everywhere.
Yes, and that would be the example of the ultimate cross-culture collaboration, because if you have a team which is almost global in nature, so how many countries are there being represented in your team alone?
I'm not even sure, but definitely there's people from South America, loads of people from Europe, from Africa, India, obviously. So we've touched many continents.
Oh, how awesome is that? So, Chidanand, you know, we have often talked about how there's need to preserve Indian cultural heritage, because you're representatives of India, you're ambassadors, cultural ambassadors, art ambassadors on the global stage. So, is there always this sense, something that's lurking behind your mind, that you should always have that cultural identity while you're talking about to a global audience, perhaps?
I think it depends on each individuals. For me, I can say for myself, where my own identity, who I am, so how I grow up, and it is already culturally very much interlinked due to the socialism which is there right now. So I don't know, but I always look back. I can tell the stories where I come from, and I always tell the stories where I come from. So I think it is already interlinked with the cultural context which is set within the story world. So it's quite already there.
So it's very representative of you.
Yeah, because I can tell the story where I come from.
Yeah.
So my story world is which I have already seen or which I have already heard, and I have put it into a fictional world, though it's a fiction. These characters comes from the things and my interpretation of that reality.
Yes, you know, and there's a lot of interest right now, and I'm sure the audience, the younger audience is also interested in knowing what's your education background, how can they be like you? कैसे बन सकते हैं Anasuya Sen-Gupta?
I don't even know if I'm the right example, because my journey has been, I mean, I didn't strategize or plan any of this, but just to like put it in a nutshell, I grew up in Calcutta. I graduated in English Literature Honours from Jadavpur University. Then I decided that I want to quickly go to Mumbai and start working in films. I wanted to act, but I also had other interests and skill sets. And before I knew it, I actually started, I realized I now have a full career as a production designer or a set designer in films. And that went on for several years. And that's, after many, many years, is when Constantine Bojanov, the director of The Shameless, approached me to cast me in the film. And I was completely taken aback how it happened, how a dream which I thought I had left behind about 15 odd years ago was now bearing fruit. So it was quite magical for me. So what I would say to younger women and men that want to follow the dreams, it's really just that keep creating, keep persevering, and not just, you know, in the specific art form. I found that through my own self, because I've been an artist, I've been a set designer, now I think is my phase of being an actor to open out. So I do think it's really all about expression, and the mediums could or could not change, but we have to kind of keep our eyes on the goal, wanting to express what we believe in, our thoughts, our ideas, and there's constant opportunity to keep collaborating with wonderful people. And that for me personally has been a really big win, because with each experience, I have learned something. And eventually, I think all of those have contributed to the work that I could put in as the actress in The Shameless.
So, because we have very, very talented, I would say supremely talented actors on the stage. So now I want to understand your journeys and what next. What kind of projects do you have? Because right now we are looking at also a lot of digital collaborations. Mansi, that art is becoming digital. Everything has gone digital. AI, is AI a matter of concern for you? And how much of AI do you use in your work?
I use AI for emails because I don't want to write them. But my whole film was hand-drawn. I drew 8,000 frames, and they were all hand-painted. So it was all scanned. I didn't even use a camera to make my film. So it might be going digital, but there's still ways to do what you want to do. And for the young people, I don't think you can replicate anyone's journey. You just need to keep listening to what you can do next or what you want to do next, and whatever is easy. When I was in school, I found English and art very easy. And this is all I'm using now. I draw and I use words.
So did you actually, while you were in school, think that you'll become an actor one day? Did you aspire for it?
No. I didn't think about it at all. I think in passing, I thought maybe directing would be a good idea. But I don't know, in our country, it's a very hard choice to make when you come from, not that background.
What background? Let's talk.
My dad is a businessman. They have a family business. My brother works with him, and my mother as well.
So you don't have a film background?
Yeah.
But you became filmy.
I think I only started doing film because of lockdown. There was not much to do, and I decided to do something, and that came very naturally to me. I started putting stories on, not stories, I started creating animation and putting up on Instagram, and it wasn't for the likes. I don't think I got many. But it was just really fun, and...
No, it's really incredible, how lives have changed post-lockdown. It is almost like we start describing ourselves about pre-lockdown era and post-lockdown, because we have survived a pandemic, a health emergency, unprecedented, and then we talk about your life changed during the lockdown. What changed for you, Chida?
There was a sudden change, but for me it was a gradual, organic change. I never thought I will be a filmmaker at first place. So I was a cinephile, and I am a MBBS graduate. So this is something very a 180-degree flip for me.
So while you were studying MBBS, you thought that you can act as well?
No, I had no thought. I was a cinephile. I basically loved watching films. I realized I like watching films because while growing up, we were not allowed to watch films in house. So we are only asked to study. And I was on that rat race of getting those ranks in CET or whatever it is. So while studying, I discovered, with the, as you said, there was a digital boom, and with the access of internet, I was getting exposure of a lot of films. So that's how it was a slow and a gradual process for me.
That's fantastic, Anasuya, there is a way in which the Indian talent is now being seen and perceived worldwide. Do you think the lens has changed?
I would say a little bit, and I think you said it earlier when we started the chat that it's a long time coming. So I mean, I couldn't be happier, and I think it feels like the rest of the world is kind of sitting up a little bit and looking at what's always been there. It's not that we've not had brilliant filmmakers and actors and actresses and all kinds of artists, but the reach in the last 20 odd years has just been increasing, the way with social media, with just the access. And I do think people are taking stock of talent coming out of India a lot more now. And I think it's just us getting our dues, and I hope it happens even more now.
And is it more to do with women? Their perseverance matters.
I think so.
Yes.
I think so. And I think in the last 10 odd years, there's been a lot more women-led voices in the arts. And there's a difference. It's for us to see. There are wonderful films like Lapata Ladies.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, which is, you know, our official entry. What a proud moment. And Payal Kapadia's win at the Grand Prix, which is an entirely, story of female friendships. And so I think it's a time for more women voices the world over anyway, and more so for our country, because we've been working on it for a long time. And I do believe that we are really here, a Mansi or a I, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, really. There have been tireless work by fantastic and brilliant women for so many, many years who have done it perhaps even without due recognition.
Yes.
And so now it's on us to kind of take it forward.
Yes, so they have cleared quite a bit of the path for you to walk, and then you have to clear even more for others who will follow you.
And for the others to run.
Yeah, for you to run as well now. Mansi? Yes, women storytellers, women on the world stage, Indian talent, Indian women particularly.
I think Anusya covered it pretty much. But the funny thing about my story is in Bunnyhood, everyone thought no one recognized it was a girl. Everyone said congratulations, because I was able to show a non-binary kid really well. And then I told everyone, no, it's a personal story. So I think my storytelling is more for the people in general. Whoever can relate to it, it's for everyone.
Yes. Yes. So, we have complete dominance of women on the stage today. Chida, that's the case, I would say. Now, in every sphere, when women talk, they talk. And when they stand very tall.
I think it's high time we start celebrating it, and it should be celebrated more often.
I think I left you with no choice but to say so.
And moving now to news from Uttar Pradesh, well, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, saying that it was the first that the Supreme Court imposed a hefty fine of 25 lakh rupees on the UP government against bulldozer action. He said those who should be governing are driving bulldozers, converting the symbol of development into a symbol of destruction.
जिनका काम सरकार चलाना है, वो बुलडोजर चला रहे हैं और विकास का प्रतीक विनाश का प्रतीक बन गया है कि देश में पहली बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बुलडोजर एक्शन के खिलाफ उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार पर 25 लाख का भारी भरकम जुर्माना लगाया है। जजों ने कहा ये सरकार बहुत अहंकारी है, ऐसा लगता है कि यूपी में कानून का राज समाप्त हो गया है, उत्तर प्रदेश में शक्ति और सत्ता का अनुचित दुरुपयोग हो रहा है।
In fact, Anila Jain of the BJP is now joining us live on the phone line. Anila ji, your response to what Akhilesh Yadav has said, he says it's a first that a top court is imposing such a hefty fine on a government. In fact, the Yogi Adityanath government has been in question over what you call bulldozer justice. In fact, the Supreme Court has time and again said that just because it's an accused's home, you cannot simply bulldoze it. Your response?
My Ram Ram to all. And Akhilesh Yadav ji, he is not going to miss an opportunity where he can attack Yogi Adityanath ji, because he has huge repulsion for Bhagwa color. So that is why he tries to seek the things, the opportunities where he can attack Yogi Adityanath ji. I'm not going to make any sort of comment on Honorable Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme Court, they have charged Uttar Pradesh government with hefty fine. So they have got all the reasons for it. But I know one thing, that mistakes can happen. And in this particular case, where this is the case of Mr. Tibrewal, whose house was demolished in 2019 because of the expansion of the highway, a mistake might have happened by the officials or the people of that particular department. If mistake has happened, then definitely they have to face the repercussions. But overall, if you ask me, I will say that there is always a procedure which is being followed by the respective departments. They serve notices. If that notice is not being taken seriously, then definitely action is taken. So if somebody says that it is a bulldozer justice, that is absolutely wrong, because in any government, whether we talk about the government under Samajwadi Party or the BSP or the BJP, these type of anti-encroachment drive is a common thing. But now it is huge hue and cry is made because Uttar Pradesh is being headed by a Bhagwadhari Yogi Adityanath. That is the main problem of Akhilesh Yadav.
So, of course, that face-off continues over bulldozer justice, quote-unquote justice, and this is likely to be a huge issue as far as the bypolls are concerned as well, given the fact that you have the bypolls in Aligarh and various other key constituencies which have seen bulldozer action in the past 1 year or so. But moving now to, the reservation issue as far as the UP bypolls are concerned. In Aligarh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath made a contentious remark. He says that there should be OBC reservation in the Aligarh Muslim University. Now remember, the AMU has been in the news ever since the Supreme Court decided to open the door for the university to claim a minority status tag. And this, of course, after it overturned its 1967 judgment that barred the university from getting that minority tag. But listen in to what Yogi Adityanath had to say on OBC reservation.
आप याद करिए, ये कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत के संसाधनों से पलने वाला, भारत की जनता के टैक्स से चलने वाला एक ऐसा संस्थान जो अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़ी जाति के लोगों को कोई आरक्षण नहीं देता है, लेकिन वहां पर मुसलमानों के लिए 50% आरक्षण की व्यवस्था वे लोग अपने स्वयं के माध्यम से करने का प्रयास करते हैं।
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद।
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे।
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले आहेत। शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं।
I've been
Online reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime
Hello everyone, this is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. Donald J. Trump has won the presidency, improving upon his earlier performance in both red and blue states and capturing enough swing states to cross 270 electoral college votes. Millions of votes are still being counted, especially in western states where tabulation is expected to take days or weeks to complete. World leaders have congratulated Donald Trump, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Ukrainian Premier Zelensky wasn't far behind. Reactions from world leaders are mixed. Vladimir Putin has expressed willingness to work with Donald Trump, emphasizing cooperation between Russia and the US. Meanwhile, the European Union and other international organizations are watching closely and are concerned about potential shifts in global dynamics. Trump's victory has significant domestic implications. He has pledged to strengthen the US border, prioritizing mass deportation and border security. The White House has rejected claims that the Democratic Party abandoned the working class, citing job creation and union support. As Trump prepares to take office, questions remain about the future of the world order. Will Trump's nationalism lead to increased global tensions or cooperation? How will his policies impact international trade and relations? The world watches with bated breath as the Trump administration begins to take shape. The question really is, how will his policies impact the world and what will be the implications of his presidency? We'll try and decode that on The Big Fight tonight. We have Syed Akbaruddin, former representative of India to the UN in Geneva. We have Michael joining me who is from Kiev. He's a global affairs analyst, senior fellow at Atlantic Council. Pastor Mark Burns is spiritual advisor to President Trump. Ishan Tharoor is global affairs columnist of Washington Post. We have Daniel Block, senior editor of foreign affairs. Lakshya Jain is a co-founder of Split Ticket. And we'll be joined by Kenny Chiu, who is a former Conservative MP. In fact, he joins us from Canada, and Lisa Curtis, Director of Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. And Dr. Sebastian Gorka is a former Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States. I'm going to begin with the India perspective, and who better to speak to about that is Syed Akbaruddin. Sir, the question is Donald Trump good for India in his new term? Because right now he's speaking about America first.
So Maria, whenever there is a change in administration in the US, the globe re-engages with the US because it's a global power. From an Indian perspective, what we can say is that this sort of re-engagement is not new for India. We've seen many administrations change, and the Indian diplomatic establishment has the wherewithal to navigate these transitions with relative success. And even in the last 10 years of Prime Minister Modi's government, we've seen this is going to be the third president who they're going to deal with. In fact, fourth, because there was President Obama, President Trump in his first avatar, President Biden, and then President Trump in his second avatar. So the Indian diplomatic establishment has successfully navigated these and has, if you look at it, the trajectory of tries has improved on a consistent and secular basis. So I wouldn't think, if you look at the big picture, there shouldn't be a problem in navigating these. Yes, given that it's President Trump, there are some uncertainties which we all need to be knowledgeable about and need to take into account. And these are not new. These are trends which we noticed in his last administration, and they're likely to be accentuated in the second administration. So what are these? These are, number one, greater access on tariffs. Now, big countries like India have the ability to give and take in diplomacy, and they can navigate it. But given that it's a Trump administration, there will be uncertainties, unpredictability. Also, given that India doesn't have a trade agreement with the US, it is possible that the fluctuations will be higher. So that's one area of tariffs and trade. Another area, perhaps from an Indian perspective, could be migration. Again, we don't know what are the contours of President Trump's migration approach. While he has said it will target illegal migration, but we have seen in the last term that even regular, steady, predictable migration was affected in terms of H-1B visas and other types of visas. So it's a possibility that given the uncertainty, there could be an impact on migration. A third issue will be possibility that of uncertainty again in terms of areas of cooperation through multilateral arrangements or minilateral arrangements. While, yes, President Trump was the one who revived the Quad, generally he is averse to alliances and arrangements of a nature which are large. So we will have to look at it, but I don't think there is anything from an Indian perspective that we need to be worried about because the Indian diplomatic establishment and US converge in interests. And that's perhaps the most important thing. Once there's the convergence of interests, it will perhaps help you to tide over issues. One last thing in terms of President Trump, which perhaps is slightly better from an Indian perspective than the present administration is, that President Trump is not one to focus too much on values. Now, when Eastern and Western societies engage, it's normal that our perspectives will vary and it will be imbued by divergence in terms of values. That's not something that Trump would emphasize on given his past record. So I would think there would be less glitches on that front, more on interest, and there is a convergence of interest. So I see the ties only increasing rather than diminishing.
Okay, you know, when there was that transition which happened from Donald Trump to Joe Biden, there was a lot of skepticism, particularly what we had seen was a personal bonhomie and great personality-driven foreign policy between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump. Right now, again, it's the return of Donald Trump, but the question, as you said, is, Ambassador, that this is a new avatar of Donald Trump. We really do not know the new avatar, what does it mean? But there has always been that Trumponomics, which has been very pro-India or transactional in nature, which worked during the first 4 years.
Yes, you're right. President Trump's foreign policy is much more individual-driven and personalized in terms of engagement with global leaders. But then I think given the track record and what President Trump himself has repeatedly said, that he regards Prime Minister Modi as a friend, he regards him as a strong leader, he regards the ties with India as a priority. It's not a challenge for countries like India because I think we are in a good spot there, given the personal chemistry between the two leaders. And India as a country should not be wary of that, but there may be others who would have a challenge. I don't see that again as a factor that could impede the growth of Indo-US ties in the second Trump administration. But that said, the caveat always is unpredictability of President Trump, although he hopefully has matured during the last 4 years. And we hope that some of these creases are ironed out.
My last question to you, most analysts and watchers of Donald Trump say, do not take Trump at face value. What are your thoughts?
So you're right. And I would agree with that. Having said that, I would also say we need to watch what he does rather than what he says. There are usually most of us go by what is said. And President Trump is known to say things that many of us find difficult to digest. But what he does is perhaps more calibrated, and we've seen that in the last term also. We've seen that in the course of this campaign, and we hope that we need to be, as countries, we need to focus on our interests. We need to focus on what the US under Trump does, rather than to be carried away either way on what is rhetoric. There is a difference in that, and I'm certain Indian diplomats and decision makers are used to that. They know what to listen to and what to look the other way when they're not comfortable with some of these things.
All right, Ambassador Akbaruddin, thank you for your perspective and thoughts on the big fight tonight. Let me bring in other guests now and bring in Pastor Mark Burns. You are the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump, and it's being said that this is a new avatar of Donald Trump. What is it that we should be prepared to look at? Pastor, if you heard me. Okay, we'll try and connect with him in just a bit, but let me bring in Daniel Blog. Daniel, the question really is about how the world is trying to understand what this new Donald Trump would mean for the rest of the world. There is a great degree of global uncertainty. It's coming in the backdrop of two live conflicts. But the question is, will Donald Trump really try and push end of wars as he ensured during his first 4 years? We saw him also push the Abraham Accords.
I think if we learned anything from Trump's first 4 years in office, and I've seen nothing during his campaign or the last 4 years to contradict this, it's that he is mercurial. He can be quite erratic. And so unpredictability really in some ways is going to be the name of the game. Now, there are certain things that are consistent about his administration. He loves tariffs. He is a protectionist, and he has some isolationist tendencies. So in that sense, I would expect to see the United States retreat in some ways from other parts of the world, to put up trade barriers, to become less involved in sending weapons to, say, Ukraine or to other countries. But that's not uniform. He was heavily involved in the Middle East. He conducted a very risky strike that wound up in order to kill specifically a senior Iranian general. So I don't think we can quite say exactly what the effect is going to be. It's going to cut in multiple directions. Again, I would expect some protectionism, but a great degree of unpredictability.
On the economic front, Ishant Tharoor, what are your thoughts? Do you think America will be engaging with the world strategically and economically as well?
Well, we have to work with what President-elect Trump has said on the campaign trail, and he has vowed to slap a lot of tariffs on a lot of goods from a lot of places, and take certain protectionist steps that, if fully enacted, would really take the global economy into uncharted territory. You'd see retaliatory measures from other governments. You would see the kind of acceleration of the unraveling of globalization to a certain extent. So there is a lot of uncertainty surrounding what Trump may or may not do on this front, and a lot of anxiety because it could have extreme consequences across the board and not just in the United States. That said, we should also recognize that we're in very early stages right now. The Trump transition team is still figuring out, what sort of figures are going to be in these positions to enact the policies of this nationalist Trump presidency. But what we do know is that unlike the first term, in this second term, Trump has fewer checks on him. He has more loyalists in Congress. He has a perceived mandate to really push through aggressive reforms. He wants to radically revamp the federal bureaucracy. He's going to come in quite emboldened and take a lot of steps that could be quite disruptive.
Ishan, a word also on the worry, potential worry is that there could be a rise of protectionism and decreased global cooperation.
Well, President Trump has made no bones about the fact that he is suspicious of certain multilateral systems and institutions, much prefers bilateral deal making, is interested in making these deals in many ways, in many fronts, is transactional in his view of the world, less tethered to kind of the values-based approach of previous American administrations. And yes, for America's traditional allies and also for partners in Asia, there is a great deal of anxiety. I would not necessarily say fear, but unease about what may happen, largely, as Daniel said, because it's quite unpredictable. And we don't know when President Trump may pull certain levers, what approaches he may actually take, and also what voices within his camp, which is not a monolith, he may listen to on certain policy fronts.
Okay. Is there that sense of anxiety also in Ukraine, Michael?
To be with you, it's kind of surprising here because people, when you ask them, what's your opinion, whether it would be better with Biden or Trump, they kind of shrug their shoulders and say, well, it doesn't matter who's in power as long as the war is ended. But I think what people are really looking for here, as well as leaders of Poland and other surrounding countries, are a show of strength, because that is something autocrats like Mr. Putin only understands. This drip-feed approach to giving little bits of aid to Ukraine over time has just not worked. Neither have the sanctions worked that well either. So if Trump is going to come in, a lot of people here hope, and really push Mr. Putin back, that will make a big difference in this war. But I can tell you, over the past 48 hours, the violence here has actually gotten worse. That's why I was late joining you, is because there's another air raid siren and more drones and missiles headed to Ukraine. It doesn't look like, if Mr. Putin was afraid of Mr. Trump, that he would act in this way. So a lot of uncertainty still in the air, but I can tell you, everyone really is hoping for an end to the violence here, because it's very much, dividing communities, hurting families, destroying the economy, and lots of death and injuries, obviously.
Absolutely. Pastor, come in on this. The new avatar of Donald Trump, what will it be? Because as I said, and you heard from most guests on the show, there is a great degree of uncertainty given, the nature of the president.
Well, I mean, you got to look at the first term, and that should tell you a lot how the second term would be, but even greater. Remember, the uncertainty that they had on the first term was that Donald Trump was going to start World War III with North Korea. Donald Trump was going to start all these wars. Donald Trump is unhinged. Donald Trump is unpredictable. So these same terminologies was used before his first term. And yet America had the greatest economy that we've had in the last 50 years. I mean, President Trump never started no war He actually prevented escalations, de-escalations of wars. Again, Ukraine and Russia would not be happening had Donald Trump won the second term in 2020. So again, we look at what he did the first time. Now we know the type of president he's going to be the second time, which is a stronger America is a stronger world. And if people are concerned about how things are happening around the world, trust me, President Trump would do what he did to other Taliban leaders and other enemies of the United States of America and our interests. He would start sending pictures of their houses and reminding them that we know where you live at, to cease fire immediately and bring peace to where it needs to be. And I believe this conflict in Ukraine and Russia will come to an end quickly, because there are millions of people that are unsafe, and it's happening on both sides. People are dying, especially in Ukraine. Innocent people are dying in Ukraine. Trust me, I believe, because I know the man, those wars will be put to a stop immediately.
Okay. Michael, is that there a thought on the ground that had Donald Trump got a second term, then this war wouldn't have happened at all?
With all due respect to the previous speaker, no, absolutely not. Because Mr. Putin doesn't care what other world leaders think. And, it took a while, actually, for Mr. Trump to decide to give those Javelin missiles to Ukraine. And when they were given with very strict restrictions. And also the sanctions hardly went far enough. So I hope that Mr. Trump sees and realizes and listens to European leaders that, again, the only thing Mr. Putin realizes is brutal strength. So what that means, for example, is giving Ukraine the capability to use those Western supplied missiles to strike deeper inside Russia, where the drones and rockets are coming from, and also to provide Ukraine with more air defense systems. And if I can, I would also add that the way for Mr. Trump to spin this to the electorate, who admittedly I think is more concerned about the American economy, immigration, things like this, if this war isn't stopped, Mr. Putin will go further and constrain food coming out of the Black Sea ports of Ukraine, and he will also further mess up the situation in the Red Sea, where Russia is providing Houthi rebels with targeting information to strike ships there. So he needs to explain to the American people, and Biden did not do this well, that if the war isn't stopped, it'll hurt Americans' pocketbooks, and it could also trigger another flow of asylum seekers to the West.
Okay. Lakshay, is there a sense of uncertainty also among the diaspora? And not many members of the diaspora were actually, rooting for Trump. They were of the opinion that given the nature of the immigration policy and some tough words that the former president had spoken on the campaign trail, a Democrat continuity was in their best interest.
Yeah, well, it's important to remember that Indian Americans have generally been a Democratic-leaning group, and especially with Vice President Kamala Harris being half of Indian origin, right, from her mother especially, it's pretty important to know that, there was a pretty high level of support regardless for Kamala Harris. So the Indian American community in the United States was much more inclined to support her. So there is obviously, when your candidate loses a race, when the candidate that you support loses a race, there's obviously going to be a lot of uncertainty and unease, especially considering Indian Americans have never voted for Donald Trump. Now, how that translates into policy will remain to be seen, but it is worth noting that, yes, this time around, Indian Americans really did seem to shift hard to Kamala Harris in polling, and assuming that's validated, there will be a little bit of uncertainty about what comes next.
Daniel, in this era of uncertainty, perhaps we'll have to wait till 20th of early next year, when the inauguration of the presidency would happen. But given the nature of the governance which is taking shape, the choice of the head of staff, is there some indication that you're getting?
I still think it's too early to say. I would echo what Ishan said earlier. We need to see who is going to staff more of the jobs. The chief of staff choice is interesting insofar as it was one of his campaign co-chairs. And she's somebody who clearly ran an effective campaign insofar as he won. But we do know that even that campaign was marked by a degree of turbulence. There were power struggles between the co-chairs and Corey Lewandowski, who ran most of his 2016 campaign. There were periods where they were able to, in some ways, it seems, rein Trump in and prevent him from doing things they saw as electorally damaging. There were others where they weren't, and he went out and he caused controversies. In the end, it didn't matter. He won, but again, we do see this kind of unpredictability taking place. In terms of what I expect him to do, the main things I see taking shape right now, the main thing that seems to be talked about on Capitol Hill and in Washington, is expanding or at least extending the tax cuts he passed in his first term. That seems like the big first legislative agenda item that's going to take place. But I also do expect to see, like some of the other guests have saying, tariffs. I do expect to see perhaps less support for Ukraine. And I do expect to see at least some restrictive immigration policies. Whether he'll go as far as he said he would, we'll see. It will depend on who the advisors are. It will depend on how much money he can get from Congress to pursue some of his restrictive policies. But I do expect extensive tax cuts. That's one of the things I think we can certainly expect to see happen.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael, Pastor Mark Burns, Ishant Tharoor, Daniel Block, and Lakshya Jain. Let me go straight to Kenny Chiu now, who is former Conservative MP of Canada. Thank you so much for your patience. There is this view that Donald Trump becoming president of the United States will perhaps increase the pace of what is being seen as imperative, that Justin Trudeau will be resigning as the Prime Minister of Canada. Of course, this is as per certain pieces that are being written by those who are in Canada. How do you really see this, and what exactly does it mean? And we are seeing that there are several aspects of it which are still taking shape.
Well, knowing Justin Trudeau, I think that he is looking at Donald Trump's re-election as the 47th president as a godsend for him. You may find that inconsistent or contradictory, but Justin Trudeau see that he would be able to use an overt anti-American sentiment in particularly the liberal side and the left of center voter side as a way to smear and beat up the conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. He's going to compare Donald Trump with Pierre Poilievre. The irony is that unlike Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poilievre grew out of an adopted family, a middle-class teacher, and he grew up not in abundance and trust funds, but in a small accountable family. And he married a Venezuela refugee immigrant as wife. So one can argue that Donald Trump has more in common with Justin Trudeau than Pierre Poilievre. But on the other hand, Justin Trudeau has been fooling the Canadian people for many years now. From my perspective, in my opinion, I think he's counting the election of Donald Trump as the lucky star. He's going to use Donald Trump to hit hard on the conservative, comparing Pierre Poilievre to Donald Trump, comparing the conservatives as the Republicans. So, this actually has already happened. Canada, it's a progressive country. For example, abortion, it's not prohibited or even regulated. And he keep on saying that Pierre Poilievre, the conservatives, they're going to ban abortion. They're going to, allow assault rifles and all these crazy ideas that he drummed up with and smear his opposition. And so you may not believe, but Justin Trudeau is actually counting his lucky star that Donald Trump is the president.
Okay, that's an interesting analysis there. But Mr. Kenny, What about the future of this war? The war which has all the NATO nations back it, so with all the weapons and all the support that Zelensky has got so far.
Well, ultimately, I think Donald Trump is a businessman. I wouldn't take his rhetorics literally and for face value. I would argue that the Ukrainians, what they are suffering right now, and the fact that the invader Russians, the defeating of the Russian invaders would align quite well with American interest. And so I think in the end, Donald Trump would look at the bigger picture and realize that to help the Ukrainians defeat Russia would actually align very well with what he'd like to see happen in Europe. But on the other hand, though, for a long time, the Americans' allies in Europe and even Canada has been taking advantage of the US of A. And we, in Canada here, we like to criticize the American, doesn't matter whether it's Democrat or the Republican presidents. We make fun of them. We criticize their healthcare system. But on the other hand, we don't live up to the responsibility of protecting ourselves vis-a-vis with the defense budget, for example, that I highlighted earlier. So I think what Donald Trump had done, at least the first term of Donald Trump had done, is to shake the tree a little bit and to tell these allies who traditionally been taking advantage of the Americans for their protection, doesn't matter if it's France or Germany or Canada, they understand, like the Americans, Donald Trump, the administration, they understand that. That's why even in Donald Trump 1.0, he already had sent out a very clear message that everybody has their responsibility. In Korea, for example, in South Korea, and also in Japan, had it not been the Donald Trump 1.0, in the 45th presidency, they would not have increased their budget for so dramatically, and they would not be like today ready to face the challenges from North Korea or China. The fact that South Korea and Japan was able to handle that now, it's because of Donald Trump's giving them the ultimatum. Similarly, I think there is much room for European countries to be standing up. Just like Canada, I would agree that we need to stand up and protect our northern border against Russians and also a very ambitious Chinese. And unfortunately, the current government has not been doing it, and it is up to the next government to do it.
Kenichi, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me go straight to Washington, D.C., where Lisa Curtis is joining us. She's the director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. How do you think the election result will influence the bipartisan cooperation in Congress, particularly on issues of security and foreign policy?
Well, we see that the Republicans are now holding the majority in the Senate. And we don't know the results of the House race yet and whether the Republicans will continue to hold the House. So we need to see what happens there. But I think the fact that the Republicans will control the Senate will make confirmations of political appointees, cabinet level positions and some of the other sub-cabinet level positions that require confirmation. I think those will go more smoothly, and President-elect Trump will be able to put the people who he wants in these positions, and it should move fairly quickly. So this is a good thing for foreign policy, national security. This is good for continuity in U.S. policy. So I think that's one thing that we're likely to see. So, I think the Congress does have influence on foreign policy and national security issues. Obviously, they pass legislation, they control the budgets, so they'll continue to play a strong role. But I think it will be much easier for President Trump, at least on the Senate side, to be able to push those initiatives that he wants to push through. So we'll wait and see what happens on the House side. Clearly, if the Republicans also take the House, then that gives tremendous power for the Republicans to push forward on their agenda. And we could see some really, groundbreaking initiatives, historical initiatives happening in that case.
Okay.
But we still have to wait. We haven't seen the final result in the House of Representatives
Certainly.
quite yet.
Ms. Curtis, in the first term, Donald Trump's policy sought to upend the global order as United States adopted an inward-looking and transactional approach. Do you think that is going to change in the new presidency?
Well, look, Trump has 4 years of being president under his belt. He's learned a lot. I think one of the things that he has learned is to really be careful about his picks, who he's going to pick to be in his cabinet. I think he has expressed that he may have made some mistakes initially in 2017. He's not going to repeat those mistakes. So, that's the first order of business. I think he'll still focus on, hard bargains, trade deals that benefit the American people, that protect U.S. manufacturing, protect U.S. jobs. That will still be a major focus of his. But I also think that he really relishes this idea of him being able to use his negotiating skills in helping to, calm conflicts or even, resolve conflicts throughout the globe. So I would expect him to, put a lot of attention and resources into trying to, end the war between Russia and Ukraine, as well as even in the Middle East. I think he recognizes that the world is very unsteady right now with all of these global conflicts happening. And I think he believes he has something to bring to the table, which is his negotiating skills and his ability to work with all sides to try to calm these conflicts down. And I think he believes he has a major mandate from the U.S. public to do that. Part of the reason I think people have voted for Trump is because they did feel the world was very insecure, very unstable, and that he could somehow be able to bring, strength and peace through strength is what I think people are looking for. So let's see. I think we may see more of, Trump the peacemaker coming through in this next term.
Okay, you have made a prediction which is being seen, which will be seen as very fantastic in the sense that Trump the peacemaker. So let's talk about that, Ms. Curtis. The fact is, the end of the Second World War and the Cold War, United States had shepherded the world order through its military might and also set rules for global trade order and commerce. When you say he will play the role of peacemaker, what will it really be? Will he be putting more pressure on NATO? How will he really operate?
Well, I think what I'm saying is, there is very much this idea of peace through strength. So he will continue to build up the U.S. military, ensure we're working closely with allies and partners, and ensure that the U.S. has, the latest in, military innovation and equipment and resources. But at the same time, I think he will try to use his leadership, his negotiating skills to try to calm the conflicts that are happening throughout the world. And, at the top of the list would be the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, he has said he'll try to end that in 24 hours. I don't think that's possible, but, I think he will try to do what he can. But the important thing is that, if this conflict is ended, it has to be done in a way that Russia, never again feels emboldened to try to illegally and unjustly take the territory of another country, which is exactly what it's doing in Ukraine right now. So I think, the way that conflict ends is very important to, maintaining U.S. credibility and U.S. global leadership. And that's one of the things that will have to be really thought through, because it's going to be complicated, it's going to be difficult, and it really has to be done in a way that does not lead to the emboldening of other U.S. adversaries throughout the world, that they think they can also, unjustly take the territory of a sovereign nation. So I think, these are all important things. They're very complicated, but I think, this is something that Trump has indicated he wants to focus on.
Yes, and do you think, Ms. Curtis, that this will be a completely different Donald Trump in his second presidency, someone who's chasing legacy, because he has been in White House, he would be in White House for a second term. It will be about how he redefines his presidency.
Well, I think it's really early to say. Like I said, he's learned a lot from being president already. He campaigned very hard. He fought very hard for, each and every vote that he got. So I think, he wants to, do what he can for the American people. His number one priority will be the economy and, strengthening the U.S. economy, making sure Americans have jobs, doing what he can to bring down inflation, lower gas prices. He's also been very clear that he wants to, invest in U.S. energy production and increase U.S. energy exports. I think, rest assured, he's going to be focusing on that. So I think, his number one priority will, of course, be the economy and building up the economy, as well as fulfilling his pledges on immigration. He's talked about, reducing illegal immigration into the United States, even possibly deporting illegal immigrants. We've yet to see how he's going to carry that out. But I think we can see his priorities. He's been very clear about what his priorities will be. And this is what we can expect to see.
Okay, my last question to you. Will it be America engaging differently with the rest of the world? Because the Chinese think that Trump 2.0 will usher in a post-American world order.
Well, that is, quite a claim right there. And I think that, again, the American people have spoken. What their vote means is that they want to see a stronger economy. They want to see, a safer United States. They, are feeling insecure about what's happening throughout the world. So that's really the mandate that I think President Trump has. And in terms of a new order, I'm not quite sure what that official was referring to. But I think that, we basically, have a democracy. The people have spoken, and, these are the kinds of changes that I think we're going to see is more focused on the domestic economy. But, I would just like to indicate that there's a lot more continuity in U.S. foreign policy than I think people realize. Let's look at U.S. policy toward China, for example. In the Trump administration, toward the end, the Trump administration, started putting export controls on technology to China. The U.S. started, strengthening its position on China when it comes to things like 5G technology and, warning of some of the dangers of relying on Chinese 5G technology. The Biden administration came in, they continued the export controls. They even went further and put export controls on semiconductor technology going to China. They kept the tariffs. The Biden administration kept the Trump tariffs, and continued to carry forward initiatives like the Quad. And so I think we're going to see more continuity than change when it comes to policies toward China, toward the Indo-Pacific. So I'm not sure that we can expect much difference when it comes to at least the China and Indo-Pacific policies.
All right, Lisa Curtis, thank you so much for joining us on the big fight tonight and sharing your views. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be someone who has been part of Donald Trump's campaign and knows him through and through. So what are his predictions of Donald Trump's next presidency? We'll try and get details. Stay with us. Sebastian.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world.
You're watching Big Fight, and I'm going to go straight to Washington, D.C., where Sebastian Gorka is joining us. He is former Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States. Mr. Gorka, I appreciate your time. Many pollsters had predicted it to be a close contest, and results are certainly unexpected. But as someone who closely watched it, was involved in the campaign, what do you think are the factors that worked for President Trump?
On top of that, the disastrous state of the economy, the inflation, the price of petrol, the fact that when we were in the White House, the average monthly payment for a house mortgage was $800. Under the Harris-Biden administration, the average mortgage payment is more than twice that. It is $1,700. maybe the fact that Kamala Harris, the border czar, let more than 20 million illegals into this country, many of whom are criminals and who have taken over cities like Aurora, Colorado. And I think the most important thing of all is people who love America don't like being called garbage by the incumbent president, Joe Biden. They don't like being called fascists, as Kamala did. And they've had it with left-wing radical extremism that is today's Democrat Party. But the list, I could go on and on and on. The list is a very long one.
Absolutely. Dr. Gorka, the world has been certainly taken by surprise by what will be at the moment seen as total dominance of Republicans. Do you think then the new administration will be focusing on the bread and butter issues like what Donald Trump promised during his campaign, or will it, because during his victory speech, Donald Trump did sound very, very conciliatory. He was sounding and spoke about being this healer.
It's about saving the country. This isn't about feel-good moments. It's about saving the country and stabilizing the world. I mean, think about it. When we were in the White House, when President Trump was the commander-in-chief, there were no new wars. China was behaving herself. Russia wasn't invading her neighbors. The Iranian proxies weren't murdering hundreds of Jews. The world was on fire for the last 4 years. So it's about everything. It's about bread and butter issues, geopolitics. It's about stopping the invasion of illegal aliens across our borders. It's about doing what the president promised he would do, exactly as he did in the first 4 years, that it's time to take America back. It's time to stop the insanity. I mean, the idea, for example, that you had Kamala Harris talk about, transgender surgery paid by taxpayers for prisoners. This just, I mean, they're insane. They're a party of lunatics. It's about everything. It's about protecting our country. It's about implementing our national interests. And also it's about preventing World War III. I mean, we were on the cusp of World War III for the last 3 years because of the sheer rank incompetence of the Harris-Biden administration. So to answer your question, it's all of the above.
Okay, do you foresee any opportunities for bipartisan cooperation under Trump's presidency, or will this partisan divide persist?
There will be no bipartisanship. I mean, listen to what the Democrats have been saying for the last 3 days. The chief architect of the theft of the 2020 election, Mark Elias, is holding a war council next week for the whole week with dozens of radical organizations to initiate a new lawfare campaign against President Trump to prevent him from exercising the mandate given to him by the American people. This is being reported in the mainstream media. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, that darling of the Democrats in Congress, just released a video yesterday about the fascist threat of President Trump. They're doubling down. I mean, CNN had guests on their show yesterday saying, yes, black men voted for Trump because they're misogynists, because they hate women like Kamala. I mean, these people have learned nothing from President Trump winning both the Electoral College and the popular vote on Tuesday night. As a result, there will be no bipartisanship from the left because they're in an anti-American lunatic cult you cannot work with. And thankfully, we will have enough seats in the Senate and likely the House that President Trump can actually execute the double mandate he has been given by the American people.
Yes, you have interestingly highlighted this double mandate. It's about popularity vote as much as the Electoral College. But how do you think Donald Trump's victory affect U.S. relations with international partners and adversaries, particularly in regions like the Middle East and Asia?
It'll be exactly what we did when we were in the White House the first time. I stole a phrase from the Marine Corps where I'd been teaching for several years before I came into the White House to explain what President Trump is doing and will do again. And the phrase is, under a Trump administration, America, no better friend, no worse enemy. If you're a bad guy, if you're evil, like Xi, like Putin, like the mullahs, things are not going to be good for you for the next 4 years. If you're a friend of America, if you're Israel, if you're the UK, if you're India, you're going to have your friend supporting you again, and you will be safe. It's really that simple.
Okay. Dr. Gorka, in terms of policy areas, do you think Donald Trump will prioritize in the second term, and how will it really, will he be going all out to address the pressing issues like the economy, inflation?
Well, he's going to bring in incredible geniuses like Elon Musk to slash the size of this gargantuan bloated government. So the man who's revitalized car manufacturing, space travel, truly a genius level entrepreneur, that man will be given a portfolio to get government off the back of the average American. So that's where it's going to begin. We're going to seal the border on day one. The president is going to drill, baby, drill. He's going to release that liquid gold, as he calls it, under our feet, because energy is the lifeblood of any economy. So none of this stuff, I mean, you don't have to ask me. Just listen to his speeches. I think he did 250 rallies in this year, and he's told us exactly what he's going to do. He's going to unleash the American economy, shrink the size of government, rebuild our armed forces, secure the border, ban the lunacy of transgenderism, and protect Americans so we can prosper and thrive again. He's done it before. He's going to do it again.
Okay. My last question to you. Among the many historic firsts about in this victory is that he is also the oldest president to win White House. How do you see age as a factor?
It isn't. Anybody who brings this up is stupid. I mean, this is the mainstream media's idiocy. Age isn't a function. I know very, very, very young 90-year-olds. I know 60-year-olds who are decrepit and mentally not there. I am 25 years younger than my former boss. I can't keep up with him. This is a man who would do 4 or 5 rallies in one day. When I was in the White House and the president was tweeting at 3 a.m., I was asked frequently, hey, that's you, Seb, right? You're writing those tweets for the president. And I said, no, I need my sleep. This man is unique. The genetics of Donald Trump, our new president, our former president, our future president. I mean, God broke the mold when they made Donald Trump, because he's a force of nature. I mean, his last rally before the election, it was his 4th rally or 5th rally in the day, and he finished it at 2 a.m. when I was with him in Mar-a-Lago for the election night watch party. He hadn't slept for 3 days straight. So if anybody brings up age, they're cretins, they're clinical imbeciles. This man is indefatigable.
All right, Sebastian Gorka, pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this edition of The Big Fight. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you next week with another episode of The Big Fight, and that will be from Battleground Maharashtra. Stay with us.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first, on the agenda nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद, आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
आप
been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out
Good evening and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. I am Vedant Agarwal. Well, the constitution debate is back in focus ahead of the crucial elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Remember, this debate began before the Lok Sabha polls and it took centre stage in key constituencies, and it had real impact as far as the voter turn, as far as the performance of both the BJP and the Congress were concerned. But this time around in Maharashtra, the constitution has become a very emotive issue, given the fact that it's closely linked to the entire caste conundrum as well. The Congress continues to push for caste census. Rahul Gandhi spoke of reaching the 50% reservation ceiling as well. This as the BJP, particularly the Prime Minister, continues to push for caste unity. The Prime Minister spoke of caste unity on day one of his political campaign in Maharashtra, saying that, well, ek hai to safe hai, essentially calling for unity within the Hindu fold, something that the Prime Minister also drew upon back in the Lok Sabha polls. Will this yield political dividends for the Congress and the BJP? Where does both the parties stand when it comes to the entire caste conundrum? Well, with the Prime Minister mounting the reverse constitution attack, has the Congress's Red Book gimmick been exposed? Before I introduce my panel, let's quickly listen in to all the political reactions that have come.
कांग्रेस के लोग संविधान के नाम पर अपनी एक अलग लाल किताब बंटवा रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की लाल किताब पर ऊपर तो लिखा है भारत का संविधान, लेकिन लोगों ने जब भीतर से खोला तो पता चला कि लाल किताब कोरी है। सारे पन्ने कोरे, उसमें बाबा साहब के संविधान का एक शब्द भी नहीं लिखा है। ये उनकी बाबा साहब के प्रति जो नफरत है ना, उसका ये नमूना है।
एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन, दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी और आरएसएस। ये लड़ाई है। हम कहते हैं कि संविधान को बचाना है, संविधान हिंदुस्तान का है, संविधान जनता की रक्षा करता है, गरीबों की रक्षा करता है। और बीजेपी चाहती है कि इस संविधान को खत्म किया जाए और जैसे पहले हुआ करता था वैसे एक बार फिर हिंदुस्तान को चलाया जाए।
साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी जानती है देश जितना कमजोर होगा कांग्रेस उतनी मजबूत होगी और जब कांग्रेस मजबूत होगी तो देश मजबूर हो जाएगा। कांग्रेस क्या करती है? अलग अलग जातियों को लड़ाना, यही उसकी चाल है, यही उसका चरित्र है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस की इस खतरनाक साजिश से सावधान रहना है। आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
जो तोड़फोड़ की सरकार यहां बनी है, उस सरकार को फिर से लाने की, मजबूती देने की कोशिश के लिए वो कर रहे हैं। वो कभी नहीं होगा। लोग एक बार देख चुके हैं, आपने चोरी करके हमारे एमएलए को उठा लेके चोरी करके अब सरकार बना लिए हैं। ये कोई आइडियोलॉजी पे नहीं बनी है सरकार। ये सत्ता में आने के लिए हर रीति का वो कोशिश करके किसी तरह सत्ता टिकाना, इस मकसद से वो आघाड़ी की सरकार बनाई।
Joining me on left, right and centre this evening, Shehzad Poonawalla, national spokesperson of the BJP. Mahima Singh, spokesperson of the Congress, is also with us. Amitabh Tiwari, a political strategist, and Dr. Karthikeya Batra, political researcher. Thanks all very much for being with us. Going across to you first, Mahima Singh, has the constitution, or this red booklet as it were, become more of a political tool? Every speech of his, Rahul Gandhi has a red booklet in his hand. I mean, what is the point that you're trying to make?
Jai Hind, first of all, I strongly object to your addressing the constitution as a red booklet, Vedant, because as you would see if you go on to notice the facts and discover them across various tweets that my leaders have themselves tweeted, the same constitution which you are referring to as a red booklet, rather I should say the same edition, the same version of the
I'm not referring to it as a red booklet, the BJP did, but go ahead.
No, you have called it a red booklet. I object to it strongly, not only as a Congress spokesperson,